All right, hello everybody. How's it going? Happy Thursday. Hope y'all are doing well. We back with some more Remnant 2. Hey Al, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm a little tired today. I don't know well, I'm sure the reason why is just because I didn't get a ton of sleep, but I will probably do like a slightly shorter stream, or at the very least a not long stream today. I guess we'll just see how I feel, but I didn't get a chance to really eat anything before stream, because I was just like, I got up about when I usually get up, maybe even a little later, but I just got to bed like really late because I had stuff I had to do, and wasn't like feeling super great in the middle of the night for whatever reason, just kind of randomly. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I eventually got to sleep, and then I woke up like just kind of sleepy this morning, but then like as the morning went on, I was just like, holy shit, I'm tired. Just like kept wanting to fall back to sleep, but didn't really quite manage to like just take a nap or anything. So I'll probably just take it slightly easy today and not go for super long. Just that way I get a chance to like grab like a late lunch or something. Thank you. Yeah, I think I mean, as far as the day itself has gone so far, it's been fine. I've just been tired, that's all. But yeah, otherwise still good. How have you been? I hope your Thursday is going well so far. Um let's see. So Remnant 2. So I have said repeatedly, I don't generally like playing these kinds of things off stream too much. Most games, honestly, because I like being able to, record any sort of progress that I make, and just have that like something that I'm doing like while I'm on stream. Yesterday, a thought occurred to me that I was just like, I just want to go back into the game and check something really quick. So I didn't like farm or anything like that. But I was like, I never check to see if the curse ring that I have prevents, hex ward, if it would prevent, how in Nerud, for anyone who's been watching, in all of the outside maps there seems to be like a barrier around the edge of the map, where if you go into that area you start getting sick immediately, and then there's like a status ailment that's building up on you. And the status ailment, I was thinking, could be curse because it looks like the same icon as curse, but I was like, but curse doesn't instantly make you sick, like vomit and stuff, but maybe it's still applying curse anyways. And so the thought occurred to me, I was like, well, I could go see and if it's possible to walk around in that stuff if you just use the hex ward, if you have it, and maybe there's some items there that I could go get that I might have missed if they were hidden in those areas. So I was gonna go just quickly check that. If nothing else, I could at least rule out that it's not curse if it doesn't work, right? Because it's one thing if I'm just getting sick in the thing, unless it starts dealing like real damage. But if the main threat is that it's gonna build up curse repeatedly, and I have this ring on that prevented that, then it'd be fine for me to just go check that really quick. And then as soon as I found out, I'd be like, okay, well, I'll check that out on the next stream. But I just want to confirm this for myself, so I'm not wasting time on stream for it, because I just had the urge to do it yesterday. So I threw this ring on, and I was like, okay, let me go over to Nerud, right? And then this happened. I cannot travel to any one of these because this is now active. And I had heard something about this from someone else, but apparently after you've completed the main quest here in one way or the other, because there is like an alternate way to defeat the boss here, but after you've defeated the main objective for the Sentinel's Keep, also, hey Anna, by the way, hope you're doing well, you have to just, apparently after some in-game, like some amount of real time has gone by, it doesn't have to be specifically in the game, I don't think, like it just it's just like a handful of hours or something, this finally opens up. And I was wondering, because I was like, what is this question mark over here? Could it be Ellipsis Tora or something like that? I don't know. I guessed correctly, but this is here now, and I can't go anywhere else on these. I don't know if I'll ever be able to go anywhere else on these, because my understanding with Nerude was like this whole thing is technically like a big ship of some sort, or like part of it is a ship, and then the planet is like something created by that. And Ellipsis Tora was, you know, the black hole that the priest wanted to take the ship into. So I don't know. I guess we can go here. I have not been here yet. I was like, okay, let me just save this for stream. I'll go back here and see if that then unlocks this stuff again, or if we're just permanently locked out of these. If we are permanently locked out of these, that kind of sucks, because I did still want to check those region limits with the curse ring. But if we can't, then oh well, I'll just have to do that in adventure game or adventure mode or something like that. Because there were things I was like, maybe we missed some stuff here. I don't know. I was very thorough as much as I could be, but if that ring would have let me like explore the edges more, maybe there was stuff that I missed. Been having fun with Fallout 76. Nice. Hope you're well too. Yeah, I was just saying to Al, like, I'll probably go for like a little bit of a shorter stream today, just because I'm kind of tired. I didn't get like a lot of sleep last night, and I was, you know, I usually just manage, and I'll probably feel fine for the most part during stream, but I didn't get a chance to eat anything this morning, because I was just dead tired. Like, I didn't feel that bad when I got up, but like an hour or two after I got up, I just wanted to like I just felt super drowsy. And I was on the fence about even streaming or not today, but I just kind of really wanted to, so yeah. I'll probably just not go for quite as long as I have been, and do like a 3 or 4 hour stream or something instead of like a 5 to 8 hour stream. And we'll check that out. The other thing is that age catching up to you. I'm sure it's my age a little bit, but I'll tell you the main thing main reason why my sleep schedule is so messed up, and my ability to just have the energy that I need. It's been working on the the Elden Ring and Horizon Forbidden West guides for the last like 2+ years. Not only has like that affected my ability to do a lot of other things in my life, and just forced me to kind of like work in a very sedentary environment, because I'm just like sitting at my computer so much. But when you're staring at screens like all day, it really starts to kind of rob you of your dopamine a lot, and it kind of like, not permanently, but it does, at least until you start reversing it. It kind of fucks your brain. So yeah, sleep regulation and all that kind of stuff it's a little difficult for me right now, because it's hard for me to even like sleep the amount of hours that I need to like catch up on sleep. And you know, because it's hard for me to go to bed early and actually fall asleep and get, you know, like a full 8 hours. And even if I try to do that, and you know, like in order to try to like wake up around like 5 or 6, even if I attempt to do that, half the time I'll still only get like 6 hours of sleep, because my body or brain will just be like, all right, man, it's time to get up, you know, even though I'm still tired, but I just can't sleep anymore. So there are ways that I can reverse that. I am trying to spend a little less time in front of my screens for one, and start getting a higher amount of exercise again, because I hadn't stopped exercising completely or anything like that, but like I just didn't have much time for it anymore, with that extremely rigorous work schedule. So just getting back into the habits that I had before will help. But yeah, and also just having the time to like cook better food again is nice, so that I'm like just not eating junk out of convenience, you know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, that's neither here nor there. It's all good. I'll get there again. Don't worry too much. But yes, I am also old, you know. I'm getting older. You know, it will always be a thing. Always sleepy and cranky for sure. That's me. I should just okay. Hold on. clearly that was not Cisco barking and me just being angry, cranky. Also, hey Shadok, and hey Karate. It's also very hot today. So I have my door open again, but I have like the house closed up. So the idea is to keep him from barking. Usually with the house like it's nice and cool. I've like shut a few things so he can't like easily see just random shadows outside to bark at. I guess he heard a noise. I don't know what he heard, but probably just the other dogs moving around upstairs or something. But yeah, I'm here, ready to play some more Remnant. Got a big old thing of iced tea that I made. I made iced tea like over the weekend, last week. And it's been nice because I was like really... I don't know how many like iced tea drinkers there are in chat, but like because for me, like I like tea, but I don't really regularly consume tea that often. But like in the summertime, especially, like every once in a while I get like an iced tea sort of craving that, just particularly when it's just really hot and I'm just like, man, I should make some fucking iced tea and have it like for the rest of the summer because it's just good. And I like tea in all forms. I do like tea in all forms too. Like I just don't... I'm more of a coffee drinker, so in terms of like my typical like caffeination, I don't usually like have tea in the morning, you know what I mean? And I'll usually just have like a couple cups of coffee, and by then I'm usually like, okay, I don't really want tea because that'd be overkill. But there are some days where I'm just like, hey, like some nice hot tea would be nice. Whether I've had coffee already or not, just because I like tea. I just don't drink it as regularly as I drink coffee. But I don't usually do iced tea as much unless it's like warmer, like if it's the summertime, maybe in the spring or fall, sure, on occasion, but or if I'm out at like a particular I don't really go to restaurants very much these days, at least not since the pandemic, but if I am in that sort of situation and iced tea is like the an alternative to just drinking just plain water, because I don't really drink soda and stuff like that, like I might order an iced tea or something like that, or even a hot tea if I just don't feel like having coffee as an alternative. It's basically herb soup, and soup is always nice. True, that's fair. Need to get a nice glass pitcher. I actually got a nice new glass pitcher specifically for this reason, because I have like a big plastic jug container that I can put like a lot of tea in. But if I ever feel like making sun tea, like, for anyone who doesn't specifically do this method, you can always make tea, like just boil water on the stove or whatever, and then steep a whole bunch of tea bags or whatever your tea of choice is, however you want to do it, to make a whole bunch of iced tea and then put it in your container of choice. And putting it into like a plastic container is fine. I prefer glass to plastic, but the only reason I was using that plastic one is because it's really big, so I could make like a lot of tea and fit it all into one thing. But sometimes sun tea is really nice because you can just, not only can you be kind of lazy about it, but you just fill up a container, preferably glass, because it's not great to leave plastic out in the sun necessarily, specifically for the idea of having a beverage in it. But you put the water, you put the tea bags or tea whatever into the water, you put it out in the sun, covered at least to some degree, and you just leave it there for like a couple hours, basically, so long enough for it to brew. And it's kind of like how cold brew works in a way, like on a shorter period of time. And it's obviously not cold because the sun is supposed to heat it up, but it's very like, it's a slower process, and it comes out really like smooth generally, because it's just such a like slower brewing process. And then when it's done, after like a couple hours, whatever, you bring it back in, you let it like get back to room temperature before you cool it off. You just take the tea bags out, of course, and then refrigerate it. But it's really good. Like making tea in the sun is like, it's just ever so slightly different than just like making it with boiled water, I guess. Um, it's kind of hard to really like notice a really big difference. I just feel like the result tends to be a little smoother. Um, but yeah, I recommend if you ever want to do something like that, that you make it in a glass container, which is part of the reason why I got the newer glass pitcher thing that I got. It has um like a rubber plastic component on the lid, like the covering for it, but that's okay. Like as long as the overall container itself isn't plastic, because I just don't really recommend that. Um, Anywho, let me get back to the game here. I know y'all have just been staring at the screen. um, oh, the other thing I want to mention before I like travel and stuff, although I guess I could have just traveled first. Uh, since I had the hex ring on, I had decided, since I had booted up the game briefly, I was like, you know what? I don't want to waste streams, chat's time with this on stream tomorrow. So I'm going to run, I had the idea to run back to the Postulant's Parlor and just see if I could complete any more of it. There was not like co-op required. So I went here last. I'll even just show you. As soon as the game wants to load properly. I went here last. So I did a little bit of off-stream combat because I had to fight a few things, but you may recall that this one corner over here was not explored, so I did explore that. I've got that to work finally. And also that little room that looks like it's red, I think I actually did explore that. The only thing I can't explore is this one over here, this other little red pocket. Because even though there's like touches of red there and there, those ones are actually explored because that's like the main solution room. This one here, I think is the co-op only one, because I think you can't get this one without co-op. But this one over here, I was able to do with a specific configuration, and it got me this. This is the Fey Royal armor set, which I don't intend to use, but at least not right now. It's actually a heavier set than what I was wearing, which I was kind of expecting it to be the opposite. I figured it would be a light set. But yeah, I had missed this on my previous run through here because I got like annoyed by that stupid puzzle. So, but yeah, pretty cool. It's not exactly like a heavy armor set or anything like that. It's just like a heavier medium set, I guess you might say, than what I was wearing before. Or what I'm currently wearing now, I guess I should say. All right, that's all I did though. I just like came back here and did that really quick. I think I unlocked like one other like little locked room. Yeah, the little other corner, but there wasn't really anything like special in there. It was just, there was like a treasure chest, but it just had like materials in it, like nothing special. So we left off at the root nexus. I can't remember if we fully explored this because I remember I was kind of running out of time last time we played. But yeah, the ring or whatever it is that's like co-op specific, I don't think I can get that, because I had looked that up previously and it said that like it seems like you need to have a co-op partner for it, so I didn't bother trying to make that work. I mean, I did have that area open at one point, even when I checked just yesterday, and it still seemed locked up, that like one particular room. So if there is like a weird configuration you can do somehow without co-op, cool, but it eludes like everyone. If there's a way to do it that doesn't require having another person, I don't think anyone's figured it out. If there was like a cool mod that let you teleport, like set like, because I was trying to think outside the box a little bit, like if you had a mod that allowed you to like place a teleport beacon or something just wherever in a level, and then when you activate the mod that it just teleports you back to that spot, that you could probably use that instead of co-op with the right setup. However, that would require that you also acquired that mod during your playthrough, you know. So, oh wait, hang on, I get a little ahead of myself here. We were gonna go quickly check out Alepsis Tara. which is supposed to be a black hole. So I don't know if we're talking about like a whole area here, or if this is just like a dungeon, or even just like, are we gonna just like die when we come here? What's supposed to happen? I don't know. But yeah, this is new, and like I said, I guess it just... Oh. I guess it just comes about, like, this just appears after a certain amount of time has passed. Alright, well, I see stuff out here. Can I walk here? Oh, okay. I don't know if there's like an invisible floor path like just here, or if I have to like figure it out, or if I can just walk freely. Let's check this.
Today marks our 20,000th year. 100 millennia since we began scouring the stars in search of life, hope, connection. If the Druzir are ever snuffed out of existence, there will be nothing of the universe left to witness itself. Such is our fear. We will find life, foster it if necessary, commune with it if possible. Yet, 20,000 years into our quest, we have not uncovered a single living cell that is not of our home world. I blame myself. As Primus Astropath, it falls to me to guide our search. If there truly is nothing to be found, then there is no blame to be applied. But even so, I feel the weight of my burden deeply. Yet, I sit with my hope. None understand the expanse of the universe more intimately than the astropaths. We who can see the stellar currents as they stretch from one galactic horizon to the next. Numerous though we may be, the Druzir are but a single mote in a vast ocean. If even one other such mote exists, it will take a great deal of time to find. And for the purposes of this endeavor, time is our friend.
Alright, can I walk to this? Now entering Alepsis Torah. Void Heart. It's a relic. On use reduces incoming damage by 50% for 4 seconds. When buff ends, heals 100% of missing health. Over 0.75 seconds. Okay. So it's a full heal after 4 seconds, and during the 4 seconds, you have damage reduction. I'm gonna stick with the Dragon Heart, but this one is like the first one that I would even like consider using instead. Because if you knew you were gonna like take a bunch of damage from something, you could use this intentionally instead of just like, oh shit, let me heal. But I also like having my oh shit, let me heal, you know? But right now we're kind of like, I've been using the regeneration a lot, so I guess I'm gonna stick with that for the moment. How far away can we go in here? I think I'm about to reach the limit of it here. Yep. Okay, well, at least I didn't just fall into the void. How big is this fucking map, dude? I'm up against an invisible wall right now, just in case you were wondering. Seems like it kind of tapers towards this end. I don't know that there's anything else to do here. I'm just making sure there's no like secrets for me to find. Map's kind of like weird right there. It's like a strange angular corner over on that end. Secrets? No? Keeping an eye on my mini map to see like when I hit like an edge. Oh, there we go. It's not like perfectly square. It just feels like there's like little pockets in the corners in some spots that it's like I can't walk perfectly straight there. I don't know. It's weird. All right, I don't think there is anything. I just had to check. It's a big old open void. Pretty area though. I like all of this. All right then. Can we travel back to anywhere on the route, or are we just like permanently locked out of all of this? Seems we're locked out, at least for now. Yep. Cannot go. Okay, well, for now, let's head back to the route nexus and continue on that map. I'm gonna stick with the summoner class for like right now. I may switch back to the challenger if I feel like it at some point. But we'll see. Or even, I'm aware, by the way, that there are obviously like the summoner is a hidden archetype, if you will. So I'm aware that there are other archetypes to be found. I've probably, or potentially anyway, depending on how like what things have spawned in my game, it's possible I've missed some. You know, I'm aware that there are also alternate like methods of defeating, or you know, bypassing certain boss fights or doing boss fights in a different way, like fighting Fei Rin and Fei Lin are probably like their own alternate choices. I don't know if there's like an alternate way to kill both of them specifically, or if it's just like you just choose which one you're gonna kill. But I'm assuming you get a different reward. And like as I said, I've got kind of the opposite thing happening in this game than I did in the first one, where in the first game I was getting like a number of long guns and not many side pieces, not many sidearms. In this one, I mean, wouldn't say that I have a lot, but there's more that I can unlock already from McCabe, whereas long guns, like this is the only one I've found, is the Royal Hunting Bow, and I don't even think there's any more that I can unlock. But we might have been able to get some if I had defeated certain bosses in a different way. Same thing possibly with archetypes, or I could have missed them as a treasure. I don't know, but we'll just keep looking. But I'm glad we at least found the summoner. I don't know if it's gonna be my cup of tea, because you know, even though I did use the, oh, that's right, this was the reason why we couldn't finish exploring here. The reason why I I don't particularly like playing with companions and summons and stuff like that in most games. I enjoyed having the doggo and even the beacon skulls for a number of things in the first game, although I do feel like they made the solo run a little too easy a lot of the time. So I don't know how far into summoner I'm gonna like really go. Part of the reason I want to play around with it is because it gives me the possibility of even more regen, I think. Yes, the regrowth increases health regen by well, whatever it is going to be at any particular level, but not very much right now. But I already have like this sort of regen build going on, so having that like option could be fun. All right, I think this is the one we stepped into momentarily. The expanding glade. Yeah, because I think this was the entrance. And we went into there like for a second and then came back out. I guess I should see if I can like just teleport back to that, and then we can just go in there first. I think you had something similar as a screensaver and or wallpaper at one point. Yeah, Seems appropriate. How's the audio and stuff for you guys, by the way? Let me know if it's loud or quiet or whatever. Good? Okay, cool. I don't think I can make that jump. It's a little high up, but we can probably go from the other side.
All right, come and get some.
Okay, we got little flyer boys, I guess we want to keep an eye out for. All good, everybody? Okay. So I'm gonna go check this. Is there a point to all this? Because I just see there's like a jump we can do to come back here, but I don't know if there's any reason to do that. It'd be fine if there was like an item there, but it's not particularly hidden. Maybe it's just the way the map is, I don't know. No clue. Alright, well, back this way then. I would also really like to play around with some, not only a different long gun at some point, maybe if I can find something I actually like. But also a different melee weapon here sometime soon, because I'm not like overly attached to the Huntress Spear. The only thing I particularly like about it is that it's fast, without it feeling like particularly weak. I could try like the Gold Blade if I get enough Blood Moon Essence or whatever it's called. Like it seems like it's like a shorter sword, but it's like it's thick with extra C's. Nothing else up there. But yeah, like I said, the only other one that I'm like kind of on the fence about, or like am considering using that I have, is the, you know, the lightsaber. what the hell is it called again? The Spectral Blade. I think if I was doing a more melee focused build, the God Splitter could also be pretty good.
All right, let's.
The buff from the God Splitter doesn't last all that long, but oh. There he is. Sorry, I was like stifling a cough like that entire time. Get that out. Okay. Hello, random foxel. I don't know what the hell to call those things. Nothing. Okay, I thought I saw something down there. Oh.
Nah, won't fit.
Stone of Balance. Let's see. Alright, increases all damage by 7%. I mean, that's just good. I mean, it's not a lot, but... yeah, okay. I've been looking for something to replace the Timekeeper's Jewel because I'm not overly attached to it. The damage, the mod damage from Timekeeper's Jewel is good, make no mistake, but it just doubles the duration, effectively, of my mods, which, you know, I'm not at the moment using the blood draw one, but when I've considered switching back to it just because I'm not super hot on the one that I currently have now, the eye. But I also am sticking with the eye at the moment just because I like the way it makes my gun look compared to the other one. I'm on the lookout for different mods though. But, you know, the point is like Hotshot, like the burning damage lasting twice as long and therefore doing twice as much damage, just over an extended period of time is obviously good, especially against a boss. It, however, there's a number of bosses where like they're just immune to status ailments anyway. And it's not like I can't switch the ring back out anyway, so it's not a big deal. But just doing 7% extra damage instead seems, as a baseline, not hugely strong, but it's all damage types, so it technically also applies to my mods, I think. Trying to remember what all we encountered on Yaisha, in the first game. Because, like, we're sort of running into new stuff, which I expect there to be new enemy designs. I'm glad that there's not just the same, you know. But, you would, like, there's some similarity because you expect them to be, like, things that you've fought before, but now they're root corrupted. So they've like changed their appearance a little bit. And some of that stuff, I guess, is maybe a little bit familiar, but I feel like a lot of the stuff we run into is like, it just feels brand new. They're just like root creatures, but different kinds of root creatures.
Okay.
Which I don't find to be a bad thing. Okay, from where, sir? I'm not quite sure what he was doing. I just saw shit was happening behind me. Ow. Oh, don't knock me. Ow. Okay. I wish you were in a slightly better spot, sir. Okay. That's fine. Okay, did I get everything that was over here? There were no areas like this? Oh, yeah. There's that too. Like, a lot of the areas are new, but again, like, I would want that to be the case. Like, it's fine if we retread some familiar ground, you know what I mean? But, at the same time, like, I wouldn't want everything to just be the exact same either. So it would just feel kind of... like, I'm not the type of person to harp on devs for like reusing assets. In fact, when it's done right, which most devs do, at least for bigger games, it's just a good thing to do generally. Copy pasting a bunch of shit just because like you're out of ideas is a different story, but I feel like that's not something you encounter that often. It does happen, but trying to think of like any particular games where like reusing environments, assets, etc., would even really be a particular negative that I've like played. And I can't really think of much. Because yeah, just using the resources that you have available, even if you've used them before, is not inherently like a bad thing, as much as some people like to complain about shit like that for whatever reason. But yeah, like, I'm glad that, that there is a bunch of new stuff to see and explore and fight and all that. It was certainly kind of my expectation anyways, at least to some degree. I hear you moving around down here. Oh. The gnarled archer. That's not really a bow. He's got a fucking gun, dude. He's got a gun. Yeah, he's a regenerator with empathy. I don't remember what empathy does. I know we've encountered it before. I think it might be like a shared damage thing or something, but... Oops. These guys take longer to summon than I thought they did. God damn, they are like kicking his ass. Maybe I'm kicking his ass. Yeah, he was really like no problem at all. I don't think I got anything for... Oh. There's another one. Okay. He has fucking vortex. Damn it, that should have been a headshot. I was wondering why we didn't really get much reward for killing him. Alright, what does Bandit do? On hit, grants 10% chance to return spent ammo directly into the magazine of this weapon. On level 10, when ammo is returned to this weapon, it gains 10% increased fire rate for 3 seconds. Duration can increase up to 10 seconds. Cool, but probably not for me. I feel like, the gunslinger doesn't really suffer from ammo problems generally, so... Or rate of fire either, depending on your weapon of choice, I guess, but... But yeah, I'll rock the summoner stuff for a little bit at least, but I don't know if I'll keep it, you know, even for the regeneration. I may see if we run into another archetype at some point, trying something else out. I might even just try like picking up like Hunter just to see if I can like maximize out on like DPS just from those two starting archetypes, because they're both really good. Hardened Coil. Reduces all incoming damage by 3% for each 10% of missing health, max 15%. Alright. Reusing assets in a bad way always makes me think of Nintendo. My gripe with the Pokemon games, huge fan, but they keep missing the mark for me. Yeah, no, I do think that that's definitely a fair assessment. Because, like, even with, like, some bigger studios, games, etc., like, you know, it can be done in the wrong way. Where it just feels kind of lazy, I guess. Like, I don't like calling developers lazy per se, but like, it's hard to come up with like a better word for certain things. When it's just, and obviously just like with movies, like some things just feel like they're made just to make money and not really because it's a game they really wanted to make, you know what I mean? Like, obviously you want to make money making a game, like you want it to be successful at the very least. Especially if you want to make more games, but even so, to me they always felt a bit lazy and bare minimum changes they make before rolling out a new game. Yeah, no, exactly. The vortex energy with your spiky balls works great. Yeah, I didn't even really think about that. I guess them getting pulled into the dude just works in our favor and not his. Also, hey Ari, how's it going? How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. So with the summoner, since they're like an archetype summon, do these guys just last forever? I get until they're killed, I guess. Kind of seems that way. I suppose it would tell me on the thing here if they had a duration. They stay until they die. Yeah. Because I didn't remember seeing anything about it. Although I forgot I can explode them too. But yeah, this is one of the things I'm not the biggest fan of having these guys around. Number one, I'm not even sure where the other one, there he is. It's just, it's like the same issue with the Beacon Skulls. You know, I get that they're like summons based on other monsters in the game, but then I get confused because I think that there's monsters near me. And I'm just like, ooh, what is there to fight? And then there's nothing to fight. That was cool. But genuinely, like, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of having summons or companions because they just kind of make things too easy. Or in other cases, it's just not necessarily my preferred playstyle, you know, whether it's not any easier or just whatever, you know. Why did I only hit the one guy? Where's the elite? There he is. Go get him, boys. Seems like with that particular elite, they like don't give you the elite is dead noise when they die. Like I would expect it to just not give me the noise because you know, like the little flying squid monster comes out of it when it dies, but then you'd expect that the noise would play afterwards, you know, once that little one is dead. But then it doesn't happen then either, at least not that I've noticed. I don't think we're going to be able to mantle up onto this. Well, especially if I press the wrong button and do a backdash. Generally, like, I don't know. I still am not. I've never been the biggest fan of the whole backstep thing in Souls games in general. Like, doing this is so often a completely useless, evasive, you know, ability. The only time where it feels like it's actually useful, like in certain types of combat, like particularly PvP, is to like make a little bit of room and then have, you know, like this follow-up attack or whatever off of a backstep. And I like it for that. But it kind of makes me wish that just like it was on a different sort of input and not just press the button. Because granted, this is more of a specific problem, I guess, but the issue for me is that I constantly push that button by mistake because I keep thinking that that button is like, you know, interact instead of you know, instead of dodge or backstep, because X is normally interact in a bunch of other games. It's not specifically interact in Elden Ring, like that's triangle or Y, depending on your controller. Oops. Alright, Elite, where you at? There you are. I think this dude's weak spot is a little awkward because he sways side to side so much. Alright. Dominator, I hardly know her. What does that give me? Increases mod and scale damage by 3.5% while a minion is active. Okay. Sacrifice a minion increases range and melee damage by 3% for 30 seconds or until another one is summoned. That's cool. You better not run into me there, Gazelle. I'm watching you. Sorta. Using a relic heals your summons. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the spiky boys seem okay. I do want to like check out the other summons once I've got them unlocked.
Oh, damn. What is it, over?
Yeah, ho damn. That was definitely ho damn worthy. My favorite is the flyers just for the range capabilities. Yeah, I guess I could see that. Oh, I guess we'll see how they fare when I can actually summon them, um, but yeah, if they can still like hit things, that are like way out of reach, like pretty quickly, and obviously stuff that's up in the air pretty easily and consistently, I could see them being pretty good.
Okay, this is it.
Thanks for the ammo. I really love that about the gunslinger's abilities. It's just triggering your loaded perk via using a skill, just giving you infinite ammo in your reserves. Just allows you to kind of like unload, reload very quickly, and not have to worry too much about the fact that you're running a little low. Alright, so this is where we died. I don't think we can mantle up to that, so it's going to be another situation of us coming down from the other direction. Alrighty. So what about up this way then? I feel like, you know, the other thing about having our sort of cowboy theme is like the Gold Blade would obviously be like a big oversized weapon, but for if it is the way I think it is, but I feel like having like some sort of big Bowie knife would make sense for a cowboy character. Evade distance, yes. Oh, on the route, please. Thank you. So I like increasing our roll distance. It's feeling better and better. Fitness honestly seems like just a super good perk to have or trait if you're doing like a light armor build, just to be able to A, light roll, and B, roll very far, just to always kind of like stay out of harm's reach, or at least as much as possible. All right. I guess that's probably about everything around here. If there's any hidden goodies still. Try not to backstep off any ledges. I guess we're just going right into a boss fight or something here. It didn't like put me into a different room first. But yeah, we have like a gray fog door that leads to like a big room, so a boss or some sort of, you know, boss-esque encounter. forgot to put Cisco's little bed in here. I left the door open, so I didn't think he'd want to, like, sit in here with me, but now he's got, like, his hand up on my leg, like, hey, man. Shrewd. You Shroud's cousin. Oh. That didn't work exactly how I expected it to. Oh, jeez, that hit hard. I've been waiting for you to meet this guy for that name. All right, hang on. Let me grab his little bed. I don't know if he'll actually stay in it for very long, but give me like 1 second. I'll be right back. He was kind of distracting me a little. 1 second. All right, there we go. Yeah, sometimes we just like to be close to our humans, huh, buddy? I don't know if any of y'all saw, because I'd only posted it in Charlie's Discord so far, but Cisco just got a shorter haircut yesterday. That like I gave him. I mean, in a bath. Yes. Not exactly professional, but you know, we're going to be taking that trip to Florida soon. It's going to be at least as hot as it is here, if not hotter, most of the trip. So wanted him to be nice and cool. Yes. Good puppy dog. Plus, I don't know what was going on, but he's been seeming like extra itchy lately. I don't think he's got like any flea issues, but I did put on his flea medicine just in case. He gets like a once a month thingy. But yeah, here's a good boy. All right, let's try this again. I will take Shrewd more seriously, sort of. Oh, what the fuck? What happened to my dodge there? He hits hard, man. Yeah, how's it feel to get stuck on terrain, bitch? Yeah, tear him up, buddies. Oh, he shoots more of those now. That's not what I'm about to do. I pressed the wrong button. What? Okay, man, that... Sometimes that attack comes out way faster than it's supposed to, or seems to anyway. Like, because I'm trying to dodge it on reaction, and normally... Oh, okay. Normally it seems like it works fine, and then other times just it's already hitting you before you're ready to dodge. So I instead just keep trying to, like, keep my distance. And I thought we were gonna get him on that cycle. Soul Sliver.
Yeah, that's right. You scrapped at the wrong guy. Whoa!
You scrapped with the wrong guy. It's the second time I've heard that voice line, I think. It's the GG's. Yeah, he wasn't really too bad. He hits really hard, but and I think my first death, aside from just being slightly distracted, mainly just came down to him hitting a lot harder than I was expecting him to. So I was just like, oh, I could probably tank another hit, but then I just got, like, smashed. There's definitely nothing else there, right? Excuse me, gentlemen. Ermagerd, it's shrewd. Yeah. Alright, so we got a trait point and then the soul sliver thingy. We should go check out. Does this lead back around to the other side of that, or? I guess we'll find out. Of the Root Nexus map. Hey, puppy dog, you're such a good boy. He always looks like so much more of a young puppy when I give him a haircut like this. Because, like, his hair was really short when we first got him. Or when the person that I inherited him from first got him. But I had met him then too, and he was such a little guy. He was kind of sick when we first got him though too, so he wasn't in, like, the best of health. But we worked on it and we got you better, huh? Alright, I'm gonna finish exploring this map and then we will go back to the ward and check out the soul sliver. Maybe do some weapon upgrades on top of all that. Alright, well that's that explored. So we have this new one, the quest one over there. And then I guess... Yeah, okay, I was gonna say, I thought there was one more. Sorry, I got like a frog in my throat here. Okay. I gave Old Man Bunny short haircuts too, but he still looks like a grumpy old man. Yeah, Cisco is... He's 8. So he's not exactly young, but he's a puppy eternally. But yes, he is getting a little older now. We're not 100% sure on like his exact age because the like rescue service that we had gotten him from didn't have like his exact date of birth or anything like that, but it's kind of an approximate idea. You know, and obviously due to his already small size, it was hard to say if he was like a puppy or, you know, if he had been like a year old potentially. But I think we're pretty sure that he's just
You're
8.
back. What did you bring me?
Let's see. Soul Sliver gives me Rotted Arrow. Fires a rotten arrow that deals 19.8 damage and detonates for another 60 damage within 4 meters. A deadly gas cloud is left behind that deals 200 damage over 5 seconds. Maybe I'll like that better. It doesn't seem overly strong, but I don't know that I like the eye mod. Let's just see how this looks, because that's also going to figure into it as much as the cosmetics. Oh, cool. It gives me that. Right, because it's from the same biome, it gives me the same appearance. All right, cool. It's cheap, at least.
Good. Just
Let's see. We have hardened iron. Let's do the galvanized first. Still going to keep this at +10 for just the moment, because I still would like to maybe switch. I don't want to keep spending my resources. I am out of scrap, though, to do any more upgrades.
you know where to find me.
So we'll just have to wait on all of that. Do I have any other interesting items to do stuff with? We got Luminite crystals. We still need more Blood Moon Essence to be able to do anything else with that. I guess that's everything for now. At least until we get some more scrap, we can upgrade our rifle and maybe our the one mutator a little bit. Forgotten Field. I guess I have definitely been through all of this. All right. I'm glad he's better. Yeah, he was he was just kind of like, he wasn't like on death's door or anything like that, but he was just kind of sick when they had first gotten him, and it took a little bit of time and effort to get him to not be that way, but like he was still fine. He just he wasn't as energetic, and He was a little thin, but not like emaciated or anything. He was very lightweight though. He was very sweet. He didn't used to bark as much back then. I think he was more just curious. But again, not having like as much energy, he wouldn't specifically do the barkies at everybody.
Here we go.
I guess I'll leave y'all out for the moment. So our rot arrow thingy has 3 charges. Already up to 21. Oh, we're already up to 21%. That roll is feeling pretty distant now. Got some good distance. What was that noise? Oh, hello. Y'all need to stop being like the Beckon Skulls and just making like so many monster noises.
Looks like I'm full up.
I mean, I expect you to make noise, don't get me wrong, but... How about that good D? Died in the wall. Let's see, when do we unlock? We're only level 1 still. Probably 5 and 10, yeah. This doesn't actually tell us, but I'm pretty sure the final skill unlocks at max, which kind of sucks a little. But we can maybe at least try the flyers at level 10, see if we like them a little bit better. The spiky boys aren't bad or anything, they make a lot of noise. And again, I do feel like they make the game a little easier than I'd like it to be, but... so I probably won't stick with the summoner long term, but for now, I'm happy to play with it just to switch things up, you know? Because I won't really be switching away from the gunslinger probably at all. There wasn't really a point to doing this. Okay, just a little pointless backtrack. No big deal. Don't you... Alright, you know what? It's the one time one of you gets gets hunted for doing that shit. I knew he was gonna do it too. I just couldn't really get out of the way. That's kind of cool. Alright. fuckhead. Just want to target the other guy. Why is he hiding? I see. Anyway, yeah, the rot arrow seems okay. It's probably, the damage probably still isn't like that great, but at least for those little guys, it seems all right. And having 3 of them can certainly make a difference. Oh, hello. You've chosen to ambush me in a clever spot. I don't know if ambush is the right word. Maybe I just didn't see that you were there. Alright. Still a pretty big area. Some stuff down here as well. Chest. Hell yeah. Definitely gonna need a lot of that hardened iron in the long run. We are starting to get the guns to the upper level though, so certainly I don't mind maxing out the Wrangler rifle if at some point, even if I am gonna replace it, because I can always like use it to just like switch back if I want to or whatever, you know. That sort of deal. Oops. Wrong button. So many boys. Residue.
Yeah, that's it. For now.
Yeah, regen that health, buddy. It's all good. It's all good. All right. Archetype. Residue. Team. Oh, it's a team perk, right? You always get like a team perk second, I guess. I suppose I can still look and see what it does, but minions that expire leave a 3-meter aura which heals 2.5% health per second. I guess that still applies to me, even if it is a team perk. It doesn't have to be co-op specific. There's a lot of healing in the summoner build. Kind of makes it like a little bit more utility focused than I would have expected. Not like a straight up focus, but hey Vic, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How do you do? I'm pretty good. Slightly tired today. Probably won't do a super long stream, but I am pretty good otherwise. Okay. So this looks like there's an elevator that's gonna go up, maybe? I guess let's just check it out, even though there's more to explore here. Hopefully it doesn't lead to like anything like super different. Let's just take a look-see. I would like to see if we can get under this too. Most elevators you can't really seem to drop underneath, but Slayer's Crest. I should double check looking at this too, just to make sure there's no, like, I don't know if you can jump out on any of these windows, or if there would be like a reason to either. There might be like a treasure. Let's just see for now if there's anything hidden under the elevator. Probably not. Yeah, no, just oh. Symbols? Alright. House with circles. Okay, omega, circle, triangle, spiral, circle, in the reverse order, perhaps. I'll have to, like, do the best I can to remember those. Because maybe we can input them somewhere. Alright, Slayer's Crest. Increases melee damage by 25% when attacking enemies from behind. Okay, cool. Backstab build.
Yeah.
I feel like shooting that would be cool if I could, like, ring the bell, but I hope I run into something obvious with those symbols, because so far I don't know what that would pertain to, and I haven't come across any specific puzzles. But so it was like a spirally circle, and then like an upside down triangle with a circle underneath it, and then, excuse you? I was hearing a noise, and then I was just like, could this be connected to that elevator thing? Like, is this like a breakable thing maybe, or something? I was not expecting in like a illusory wall situation. Hey, Pixelated Cheddar, how's it going, dude? Good to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. All right, well, here's the symbols, I guess. This is a bit weird. All right, so I'm assuming if we think of this as like the top floor, we want the one that's like closest to the top. So, okay, here we go. Maybe it's the uppermost one. So we want a spiral circle guy. I guess that's probably that one. And then this one. Actually, I'm probably doing this in the reverse order, but let's just try it this way, I guess. Okay. This Stargate better be good. Looks like it unlocked a relic for us.
Oh yeah.
Blooming Heart. On use, heals for 35% of max health over 5 seconds. Spawns 3 healing orbs, which grant 35% of characters max health over 5 seconds. Orbs last 20 seconds. Recasting removes previous orbs. So you could get more healing out of that than you could from a standard thing if you're collecting the orbs. It seems like a little extra, but you could kind of use it like preemptively. Does anyone know, can you use this in co-op to heal other players too? Like, can they pick up your orbs, or is it only for you? Because it's the only other use I could think of this, or the only other thing I feel like this would be useful for. Because that would be really good if you were trying to do like more of a support build, that you could, like, even if you don't need the heal that bad, you could use it and then create 3 healing orbs that your other players could walk into if they need a heal or if they just need to top off or whatever. Cool to have. Glad I found that. It's neat. I guess if I ever hear any more like of that specific sound, I should be on the lookout for an illusion of some sort. How is this versus the first game? I think overall the game has been, you know, like an improvement over the first one, but the first game was also dope, so I guess that's, that's about all there is to say. I only had one fight, like early on in the game, that felt like it wasn't balanced right. And again, like I'm playing solo. The game is largely based around co-op and shooting guns and stuff. This, you know, and I'm not using like the handler class for extra backup. So there's things I could have done that would have potentially made things easier on that fight if I had done things differently. I mean, but there was just something off about the like first little corrupted elite boss that I encountered. Like it seemed overtuned to the entire encounter compared to every other one that I've fought, which has been easy. And I am just playing this on veteran, which especially at this point now doesn't really feel that hard. I mean, sure, I can still die very quickly, but honestly, I feel like I could already take this on nightmare, and apocalypse would probably be pretty rough, but you know, unless I was like really being super optimized with my playthrough. But I feel like I might do like an apocalypse challenge later on. And I definitely want to do like some co-op here at some point. But yeah, the game is fun as hell, honestly. If you like, if you've played the first game, then you already know, but if you haven't and you like shooters, third-person action games, you know, Souls-style combat, etc., like, this is just kind of got
Here they come.
all the above. And I think having like the randomized worlds and stuff like that just leading to replay value is also just really nice. It just kind of just gives you a reason to keep playing it without feeling like it just being like a reason to grind, you know? It does occasionally, because of the whole randomization thing, lead to rare occasions where, you know, you'll have like a locked door in a particular biome or something that you can't unlock because you can't find the key for it because it just simply didn't spawn in your campaign. But adventure mode still exists, so you could still potentially get the key that you need from adventure mode and then just go back to your campaign and unlock it that way, I suppose. Maybe, if that works. I don't know. Or just unlock it in adventure mode if you just find it all there. Cisco's roaming. Hopefully he won't bark a bunch. That would work in the first game. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, so I guess what I'm thinking of right now is like the glyph keys for Nerud. The oh, okay, that looked like, well, this is awkward. The glyphs in yeah, so the glyphs in Neru, oh, I can't even backstep off of this. Oh, there we go. Wow, the kill plane was literally 1 inch under my foot. I died as soon as I stepped off it. Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of path there that there wasn't. Because I thought there was like a little secret thing I could get to there, but alas. Maybe we can just kind of bypass a number of these like guys that were over here. Take this
Here
little
they come.
side path instead.
Yeah.
Let's get back to where we died just a little bit quicker here. Well, the music hath started. Did we aggro anyone from behind? No. Okay, good. What was I saying? Yeah, the glyph keys in Nerud, I was just wondering if, you know, because they don't stay in your inventory, like if those would, if you found it in adventure mode and didn't use it, if it would therefore be, you'd be able to bring it back to the main campaign still and still use it. I assume you probably can, but it's just the one that I would kind of question. But with that said, and this is one thing that I will say about Nerud. I mean, I realize there's probably different ways to finish the whole Nerud quest line in the campaign and stuff, but I can't go back to Nerud now, like except for Alepsis Tor, unless that changes. Like maybe they'll unlock again. But you know, as of this point now, it seems like I'm locked out. That's the only time I've run into something like that in either of these games, which, I mean, if it's just the way it's designed, it's the way it's designed. It's not the end of the world. But I will say that, like, that sort of thing I'm not always the most fond of, because if you do finish the thing and then you're just like, hey, I want to come back to this later, and then you just can't, especially if you just didn't know that that's how that worked, like, that can obviously be a little frustrating. Okay. There we go. That's better. I guess we can in kind of a circle. I hope I didn't like miss any loot over here. Is there anything on this little jump? This little tiny floaty island? No? It might be where we picked up stuff before. I'm not sure, because this map has like similar elements to the map we were on before this. How dare you teleport into the air above me? Go get 'em, boys. Whatever there is to go get. That is a lot of projectiles. So yeah, the damage from that isn't the greatest, but at least the initial explosion. The cloud could be decent. Oh, hi. Better. Okay. He only dropped some scrap, but I guess that's fine. As long as you're dropping something. I've had like the occasional elite just drop nothing. It's rare, but it's always a little disappointing. Not that I usually need like you know, like extra stuff from them or anything, but this feels like a little bit of a rip-off is all. Hey, I killed that elite. Where's my stuff? Where's my loot? I like my loot. Why don't you go on over there and get him? The summons in this game, I can appreciate that they don't just like run off. You know, like the dog would, because the dog, if anything, and the skulls in the first game would make the game too easy just by the fact that they would run. Oh, that was that healing aura. I completely forgot that was a thing. They would run off and just seek enemies to kill that would be like super far away. And don't get me wrong, that's not specifically like a detriment or anything. It's more that, you know, if you like the challenge, or not so much the challenge, but you just don't necessarily want the game to be made too easy by having like your summons just run off and kill things before you're even there. You know, that sort of thing can diminish my enjoyment of aspects of the game, I guess. But it feels like with these summons they've designed them to be sort of the opposite, to be like, okay, well, let's make it so that they don't chase down enemies from super far away. Cool, good, but at the same time, sometimes it's just like you'll be in combat with something and they're just gonna sit there because they're a little far off. And you'd think they'd just kind of like aggro at the very least to be like, oh yeah, there's stuff way over there, we should go fight.
Okay, this is it.
That's right, old man. Climb over that railing. Oh, my roommate's back. Okay. You may hear some barking in a second. Depending on how much noise my roommate makes coming in the door. All right. Like no noise whatsoever. Cisco decided to be very quiet. Just say hello. Yes, a good boy indeed. He is a good boy.
It's over.
He's generally pretty well behaved most of the time, actually. He just gets very excitable, you know, as small dogs tend to do, especially Chihuahua, and both Chihuahua and Jack Russell Terrier breeds are like that, and he is both or part Chihuahua and Jack Russell, so like a little bit of lag there. Okay, we good, we Gucci. Any items? No, no, still no. Oh, there is something there. I thought I caught a little purple glint off in the distance. Sage stone. I remember that was in the first game. Increases experience. Yeah, increases earned experience by 10%. Nice. I don't know if I need that. I don't know how much game is left at this point. I expect we have at least one more world to do. But that may be it after we're done with Yaisha. But there could be 2. I have no idea. I wouldn't expect there to be more than 2. Just based on how the thing looks. But my current guess is that there will probably be 1 more world. And then they'll probably do DLC for this at some point. And then they'll unlock another world with that. That's my current assumption. But I don't know. Once again, the dungeon leads right to a boss fight. Or some sort of special encounter. Instead of putting me into another room with a, that immediately then has a boss fight. On the other side of the dungeon entrance or whatever. I mean, the extra XP could be good just to get through Summoner more quickly, especially if I don't feel like staying with Summoner forever. But I don't know. I'll leave the Stone of Balance on for now. I mean, don't get me wrong. 7% extra damage is not amazing. We don't need this ring, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, let's see what we got here. That looks a lot. It's kind of like the monk thing that we fought earlier, with the eye, except this looks, it's got like the horns that looks more like the elites that we've been fighting in this area. Let's do this ahead of time. Gathering my bearings a little bit here. So we do have edges we can probably roll off. They've given us a lot of real estate here, so I'm gonna guess there's either gonna be a lot going on in this fight that we need to dodge, or there's gonna be a lot of ads or something. Seems we can interact at the very least.
Blade and spear, shield and stone. To arms, they come.
Who comes?
What? A Paxotech. A terrible wonder. Even for one who
Pulling up the ad blocker now. Good call.
many wonders. If its kind walk Yesha foreigner, then surely the wheel of the world is set to turn again. Perhaps. Perhaps it will grind me at last.
Cheery. Are you in pain?
Pain now outweighs peace in the measure of my days. God murderer.
Okay, can I help you somehow?
The traveler tried once. She came upon me at first light, when the dew had not yet fallen from the grass. A carpenter, and daughter of a carpenter who was a carpenter's son. The branches took her at once. I wonder if her soul is still clenched within her fair hand. How came I to this wretched state? Its eyes reached the question, before its tongue left home or hearth. The tumbling ruin beneath its tender pads was once a fortification, an encircling bulwark to the greatest conurbation ever brought forth on Yesha's soil. Such faith.
Sticky situation indeed.
Solidity. Merchant and marshal, peasant and prince, their souls kneeled at the altar of within and without. But a wall is a false god, built to crumble. The only thing a wall ever truly divides is a fool from his wisdom. The rifts open swiftly. They split the bulwark stone as a hot needle kisses the onion skin of a boil, and the pus poured through on tangled wooden limbs.
You mean the root?
Yes, the final calamity. Their numbers endless. They rushed upon us like a river in flood. The end began.
And the ruins behind me were a city?
Teeming with life. The sun has never shone on a city greater, ruined, so that I might not even visit it in dreams. Charnel, by the root.
Okay. Asking if the root did this seems like a very strange thing to ask, because you know that it did. How did you get stuck like that?
For 40 days, we fought them on these steps. The soldiers fell first, then the officers. Then they called upon the priests. We knew the children would be next. And so, we flung our very bodies into the breach. Some were torn apart like green shoots in a glutton's teeth. Others were swallowed whole and vanished from the sphere. I stuck, anguished cork in the malign bottle. It seethes around me. It waits to disgorge its grotesqueries once more upon Yesha's scalded skin. Please, Paxotep, wanderer, it who would do right, put its edge to this cursed snarl. Vent its rage upon it.
What about the carpenter's daughter? Won't the knot defend itself?
My would-be savior made one mistake. She sought to free me. Learn from her misstep and destroy the growth entire. I welcome the freedom found in oblivion. Strike the snarl. Destroy the knot. Strike! Make flinders of the knot!
So we don't have to aim at him specifically. I don't know that it'll make any difference whatsoever, but I'm happy to just put the dude out of his misery rather than just leaving it like this, and especially with what he says, it's probably just going to create more root in the long run. Alright. We got a big boy. Oh. I was not prepared. Super delayed attack. Ow. Where? I'm being shot by two of these guys at once. There you are. I was wondering where the fucking thing was. Yeah, let's not go that way. Ouch. I'm wondering if we get a lull in these enemies at all, because they kind of just seems like they're never ending at the moment. Okay, I am super cornered right now. Can I get out of the fucking... Just couldn't see what I was doing at all.
Come on, come on!
Wait, what? Oh, that is not what I meant to do at all.
Not enough room.
Alright. A little hectic. Not too bad. I figured they were going to throw a lot of ads at us as soon as I came into this arena, because it's pretty big. We definitely got close to dying a couple of times there. I'm a little surprised that we didn't die, actually, because there was like one or two moments where I had like just a sliver of health left. He did not die. You know. You all right? Come on, pal, shake it off. That was nothing.
Am I? Is this real? Or has insensate madness claimed me? Paxeltech. I have not tasted air unmixed with the foul humors of the tango in an age's age, nor dared I dream that I ever might again, much less feel the soft touch of good soil beneath my hooves, or the kiss of the wind on my free fur. Faithless have I been, and yet Paxeltech came, with war in its right hand, and temperance in its left. The Paxeltech came, and I am saved. Two-handed warrior. It has my allegiance, whatever may come. Paxeltech have a gift for death, this much is true, but they are not all destroyers. Perhaps if it fights with us, perhaps the root may will
That's
of
certainly the
time
plan, buddy.
take this, though it be a relic of Welamer, stewards of death. Wield it in defense of life.
This kind of sounds like... Oh, shit, what the hell? I'm blanking on his name. I can picture his face, the voice actor that I'm thinking of. He's the guy who voices, like, Reinhardt in Overwatch, and he does a lot of voices. I think he hasn't been a voice actor for more than, like, a decade, probably, but... shit, what the hell? What is his name? I don't know if it's him. It just occurred to me that it kind of sounds like him. Darren DePaul, that's the dude's name. Okay, phone, thank you. Here we go. What will you do now?
I think I shall linger here a while yet. Many are those who fell on these blood-soaked steps. No, some are now naught but bones. They each deserve the funerary rites of royalty. These I shall endeavor to complete with whatever time is left to me. If its road should ever wind this way again, grace me with a visit. There are yet tales of Yesha I might tell it.
I admit I'm not good at voice actor names. I mean, that's okay. You don't have to, like, know every actor's name in the world, obviously. Whether you watch a lot of, or consume a lot of media with actors / voice actors or not, I think it just kind of comes with the territory that, like, if you're good with names and faces, potentially maybe you, or voices in this case, maybe that kind of stuff is easy to recognize, but, like, it's not like that for everyone, of course. When I was young, I used to watch, like, a lot of movies. I used to be very into just watching movies all the time. And so I had my own little IMDb encyclopedia in my brain when I was young. I just kind of knew who, like, every fucking actor was. It has not been like that for a long time because I don't regularly really consume that many movies or things like that anymore. Not that I've, like, forgotten it all, but, like, you know, I just remember that, like, people in my life used to be like, damn, you just know everything about movies and shit. And I was just like, well, I just watch a lot of movies, I guess. But yeah, not really so much anymore. Do I want to hear tales right now? I guess we can let him talk. I wonder if your options are, like, if you just shoot this thing, if he dies, like, if you shoot him directly, or the bit of the knot that he's connected to. I shot the side of the root nexus intentionally, trying to avoid killing him. I don't know if killing him is even an option if he just gets released anyways. But knowing that most fights have two possible ways of doing them, it wouldn't surprise me if one is resulting in his death and one resulting in him being saved. And the cool thing about that is, like, you know, you basically just choose whichever outcome you like, you know, because sometimes they're like secret, you know, to find the other way of doing a thing. But even when you do, like, you'll get a reward for doing that, but it's not specifically like an additional reward or something like that. It's an alternate reward. So depending on what you want to do, you'll get, like, different things.
On the contrary, it has been ages since I felt so very much alive.
Much like with the Crimson King. I wish I had fought him instead of just getting killed by him, but I still got the blood draw thing from that.
Once I was called Lich, foremost of the Lemir. High priest of the dead. How I gloried in that title. Would that I had known the irony.
Priest of the Dead?
For many epochs, the Highborn did not fear the flow of time, for the fruit of the Thane tree kept it at bay. But there are other ways to die. misadventure. The Eternal Empress dreamed of defeating this final terminus. If life could be taken, could it not be given back? The flesh was preserved against that question's answer. This was the province of the Lemir.
Okay, what exactly is a Lemir? I mean, I kind of already know, but...
A funerary priest of the deathless, the Highborn. One
From the first game,
perhaps
that
the
is.
powerful in glory, and a Muslim who seals the secrets of the Eternal Empress with sweet seed oil and with night sap. We guarded the flesh of the great and sought their resurrection. Among these trusted sacred pan, I was the utmost. I relished the favor of her permanence. More fool I. But let us start at the beginning. Much would I have it know. And to know all, it must know what is first. Would it hear the history of the pan?
Sure, we'll do at least one more.
In the time before time, the pan lived in the place that was. It is said that there came a great plague that ravaged the land so that the fields were seeded only with the bones of the dead and yielded only the cries of the bereft. With his flock drowning in woe, the leader of the pan held forth a great decree. 100 ships were built to hold 10,000 souls, with their god of many faces cutting the waves before them. The pan that were ventured across the Vilkmarza, the dark sea, through the long night. The vaunts prayed and the red widows wept, for no one knew if the dark sea had a far shore. 100 days lit the 100 ships, and 100 nights drew their swaddling across them too. But on the 101st day, as the Red Widow in the foremost ship bowed her horns to the god of many faces, a bird lit between them, singing, "Glory to the pan, for they have reached the King Mother." Yesh arose like the dawn before them, unseen, untamed, and free.
So who was this leader of the pan? Also, by the way, I was just looking. I was right. This is Darren DePaul, who also voiced Ford in this, apparently, and the Labyrinth Keeper, and apparently Mudtooth, which I didn't I definitely didn't recognize that was him doing a voice as Mudtooth. Also someone named Secondus Molt, who I don't remember by name, or if I've even come across them. Alright, who is this leader?
The king who was, him known to the pan as Colket the War-Handed. Later, Colket the Woe-Begone. And at last, as Colket
Darren DePaul is a great,
wise,
he's a really good voice actor, and he has like a particularly
a
like,
fearsome general who watered the tree of
you know,
progress
good,
with
deep,
the
gravelly
lifeblood
voice.
of many enemies. But the exploits of youth brought Colket no peace in age. They say he took the plague as fate's judgment against his warlike eye.
Where Yuri
Fate
Lowenthal,
offered
yeah,
the
just every
choice.
voice is Yuri Lowenthal.
Flee the land of his fathers.
He might be in the game somewhere.
End his line as the king of death. Colket hesitated no more in pilgrimage than he had in war. He raised up ships as once he had raised regiments. He sailed from the place that was with a heart full of hope. He was never
My
to
name is
create
Peter
a
Parker.
shore.
I mean, I'm
He was
Lick. I'm the
in
high
peace
priest of the dead, not
before
Peter
the
Parker.
crossing's end. Greeting death.
What I was just thinking of is that his voice would lend well to, if they ever make a, if okay, so I don't know that it's specifically likely because it's really just out there on the fence, but if, now that the IP has been changing hands a little bit, it may just sit stagnant and dead in the water forever, but the Legacy of Kain IP was recently sold along with a whole bunch of other games. And this dude, Darren DePaul, would be great for the voice of the God of Fate or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't remember, but the main sort of, I guess, antagonist, if you will, slash narrator slash thing that's pulling the strings in the entire series, really. It's like this eldritch god sort of thing in appearance, but you hear its voice and like a sort of visage of it in the very first Soul Reaver game, I think is the first time. And then by the final Legacy of Kain game, like you have your actual like final confrontation with it between Kain and Raziel and the god. And it was voiced by a different dude who I don't think is around anymore, as in I believe he may have passed away. Because he was pretty old when he did the voice in the first place. In fact, I'm not even sure that the guy who voiced Kain is definitely still around, although he's probably getting a bit up there now in age. But the dude who voiced Raziel, I don't know how old he would be now, because I think he was, yeah, the old god. I think he was already kind of a bit older as well, the dude who did Raziel. And I haven't really like kept tabs on if he's still around or not, but so if they were to ever, yeah, Tony J, that's right, the Elder God. If they were to ever remake the series and try to like, they'd probably have to get new voice actors for probably pretty much everyone. If they brought the same dude back who did the voice of Kain, that would be cool. If he was still interested, because his voice was always really iconic. Obviously getting the same voice for Raziel back would be great too. I just don't know if that's possible or not. But I'm guessing he's still alive. Yeah, okay. But 85, exactly. That's my point. Is he might be like pretty retired at this point. Because like voice work, it's, you know, it's not necessarily an easy job to voice like a video game or an animated series or anything like that, you know, like and if you're not, you know, like the older you get, I imagine like the harder that becomes too, just to even like sound, especially since Raziel is supposed to be kind of a younger-ish character, even though he's dead for pretty much the entire time you know him. You know, because in the backstory, he's a vampire, and then he's like a wraith slash revenant. Yeah, only 69, nice. But yeah, it'd be cool to get anyone who wanted to return back, but if they ever remade the stuff. But I would expect that they'll probably recast voices, if I had to guess. I really just hope that series gets a reboot, because frankly, it's one that it never felt like it should have just been over where it was. Not because the story didn't wrap up in a way that felt satisfying, but it just felt like there could have been more stories to tell within that universe. And you know, even if they weren't centered around Kain or Raziel or any of that kind of stuff, it would be really cool to get that series to come back. But I feel like it would make sense to remake the series at this point, like to actually start over. Straight up do like a Legacy of Kain reboot, starting with Blood Omen. Or they could skip ahead and just start over with Soul Reaver, because everyone really, like, a lot of people did not play the original Blood Omen, but a lot of people played Soul Reaver. In fact, I think Soul Reaver was probably a lot of people's introduction to the series. Blood Omen 2 was also really good, but it feels a little on the side, if you will, kind of, because you got Blood Omen, and then Soul Reaver came a while later, and then you had Soul Reaver 2, and then Blood Omen 2, telling a part of Kane's past as a sequel to the first Blood Omen, but, you know, kind of a side game. And then Legacy of Kain Defiance was the final one. There might have been another game in between there that I'm forgetting, but Defiance, I think if I'm getting the title right there, I think that was the final one. I really enjoyed Defiance when I played it. I've played them all, and I really adored that series, honestly. Even though the original Blood Omen is a pretty different game, in the way that it plays and feels and stuff like that, but it's a classic, you know. Okay, sorry, let me continue this. You said cutting the waves, this god was a real physical creature?
The god of many faces had been with the pan since the place that was. Longer. None speak of a time before its guardianship. It was a god as real as the soil beneath us. A god one could visit, a god one could touch. Its ways were not known, but all agreed it loved us and ever would. More would I have it here of this, for this tendril twines with its own. Well, patience, two-handed one. Each thing in time.
Calls me two-handed one as if he doesn't also have two hands. Way back in 2003. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is like the series has been dead, silent, etc., like no other games for like 20 years, man. That is a series absolutely ripe for a continuation, a remake, anything, right? And I feel like people would really like it to actually be remade at this point, just so people can experience, like new generations can experience the series for what it basically was. Hopefully they can get it right anyways, because remakes are always make people kind of wary of that cash grabbiness and whether or not it'll actually be good. The thing is, like, going back and experiencing the old games, like, as it was the case back in the day, a lot of that stuff released on like PlayStation 1, and then like eventually like PS2 or whatever. But like there was not really a long span of time between the release of those games, because they would be like late 90s and then early 2000s. Because game development back then, it's not like it didn't take time, but they weren't like these huge, like many year time consuming projects that modern games are, that take like 5 years to make. Sometimes they're usually like, you could pump out a game in like a year, you know. Not to mention the technology just kept advancing super quickly back then, which is why there's like between like Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 10, there's only like a few years of gap there between those two games. And the technology between the two seems like when you look at the visuals in them, it seems like a huge fucking difference, because FF7 was like the first one that had like the polygonal 3D and all that kind of shit. And then you look at FF10 and it's just like, holy shit, it's like, it's not exactly photorealistic, but by the when that game came out and stuff, you're just like, damn, this looks realistic as hell, you know? Facial animation, yeah, exactly. All that kind of shit. Fully voiced actors. Or characters, I mean. Yeah, Embracer Group reform Crystal Dynamics and have a quote regarding the series. We saw the news of our survey shared across social and press platforms, and we really felt this was a great way to reignite the passion in fan community. This legendary PC and console game series. Bare minimum remasters would be good. Yeah, I feel like it's been long enough though that they would almost have to do remakes, because it would be hard to do like a full rebuilt from the ground up remaster, or you know, like to just remaster the game without completely redoing it at this point. Because you wouldn't like to have things release on modern technology. You would actually want it to be redone to some extent, which would make more sense to do a remake, honestly. I would just hope that if they were going to remake the games, they would follow kind of the Dead Space remake line of logic and just kind of keep the game roughly as similar as possible. with like some quality of life improvements, maybe some small changes, but largely keep the story the same. You know, recast whoever you need to, voice wise and stuff like that. Expand on the stories if you feel like it, just to make the games a little bit bigger and bolder or whatever. But more or less, if you keep them about the same, that would be cool. And then if it's successful and people like the series, you know, whatever they end up remaking, they can make some new ones and people will probably enjoy the new titles as long as they aren't shit compared to the remakes, you know. I think Defiance came out like 1 to 2 years after Blood Omen 2. Yeah, and even if you look at the difference between those two games, like graphically speaking, as well as just performance and mechanics wise, like Defiance is like a vast improvement over Blood Omen 2. Blood Omen 2's graphics weren't even bad. They just, you know, although they were buggy a lot. That game had a lot of problems. Even like on console. I mean, like it was buggy as hell. Uh Very fun game though. Even FF7 to FF8 was a huge jump? Yes, indeed. Very much so. Made it through Final Fantasy X when I was 9 because I didn't have to read all of the plot. Fair enough. Final Fantasy X was only 4 years after FF7. Yeah, time is meaningless. Exactly. It's weird, right? Because like for a lot of us, like that was when we were young, and it feels like there was a big gap between those two games. If you played Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X, or anything in between, you'd be like, oh yeah, there must have been like a 10-year gap or something between those because 10 is so advanced compared to 7. But it's just 4 years, and I guess 4 years feels like a lot longer to a kid anyways, because you're always feeling like you're waiting to grow up, kind of. um but man, like, it was such a short amount of time between those two games, and that's like skipping over the fact that they made two games in between those two, like, official Final Fantasy titles, um in addition to whatever else they made in those years. Square Soft slash Square Enix, you know. All right. Blood Omen 1 would probably have the most changed in a remake. Yeah, if they were going to make it more like the other games, which I think would make sense, frankly, to make it more like the other games, because it's the one that plays. It is a very different. It's the perspective is different. The gameplay is different. It's the only one in the entire series that feels like a completely different game, in the way it's designed. Even when I think of things that came out in the same year, in my memory, there was a huge gap. Exactly. Now that you're near 40, a single year doesn't seem that long anymore. Yeah, like, I'm 34 and I feel that way. Like, time just fucking flies, dude. Like, I just feel like it just gets ever faster. It's not like there aren't things in life that don't still drag on, of course, but, you know, there's always just another thing coming up around the corner, and then before you know it, like, the year's over. You're just like, where'd that fucking year go, dude? Not to mention the last few years where we had the pandemic, where we just had that weird bubble of time that kind of, like, sucked but sort of also didn't exist. It's like we just sort of jumped ahead now that we're kind of past the worst of it, you know. What is a Red Widow, by the way?
In those days, there was no empress. There were no queens. Colquette the Wise passed on the dark sea and left no heir. It was only agreed that the clergy should step in where Colquette had stood. The Vaughns spoke for the many-faced one, and the Red Widows spoke for the sun, stone, sky, and stream. It had been ever thus. Now, they linked hands to cradle the destiny of the Pan. For 80 days, the Vaughns fell prostrate upon Yesha's unfamiliar shore. They prayed for a sign that our searching was over, and that this forest should be ours. On the 80th day, two forms emerged from the depths of the jungle. First came a doe with coat of red. Where it walked,
This guy is a lore pinata. You're not wrong.
Flowers and sweet berries.
A lot of this is familiar from stuff that I read in books in the first game.
But
Though I've admittedly not been reading books much in this game because they just take so long to read.
fur as lightless as the obsidian waves the Pan had so lately crossed. Surely, this great beast was a portent of death. Yet, desperate were these threadbare priests of old, and of these visions to their charges, these Vaughns spoke only one.
Final Fantasy VII to Star Fox 64 were the same year, but in my memory it felt like years between. Yeah, not exactly. Like, I kind of wish that, like, as a side note to what we were talking about, but pertaining to this, I kind of wish, like, it's not really a gripe that I have with Remnant, but I kind of wish that they would do a little bit less lore just in books, you know, at least from a streaming perspective, because I don't want to sit there reading books the whole time. I feel like it's not like people aren't interested, but I always feel a little awkward just kind of like reading for like 20 minutes. It's not necessarily much better to have someone just exposition at you a whole bunch either, but I feel like it's a little bit more interesting to listen to like some well voice acted character tell you about like a world's like history, or, you know, their lore or whatever. Maybe give a read text option for the book stuff. Yeah, if your character could voice it, that would be fine. But yeah, plus I'm, you know, like, I'm a very fast reader, but like not when I have to read out loud, and I mainly because I just flub words a lot, so I have to like reread sentences a lot. So I don't know. It just, for me, it's like every time I see like a really long lore book, I'm just like, how long is this going to take me to get through, and how bored am I about to make everybody? All right. They spoke of the dough.
And why not? The dough
My
fills
dough.
all who glimpse it with a spirit
Reading
of
out loud is hard.
and a sense of growth.
It's not hard, I
Leaps
just
among the shrub and
my brain
bramble
fucks it up a lot.
Even with Yesha sundered by the root, there are those who think it more than a spirit, a god in waiting. These call themselves the children of the red dough. The carpenter's daughter was one such. May her faith be rewarded. May her spirit roam the forest alongside the doe forever free.
They hid the wolf.
Those who glimpse the doe often glimpse the wolf, for the latter seems compelled to pursue the former. Yeah. To hear those early Vaughns tell it would be to hear of many different wolves in pursuit, and only one doe. A simple deception, but a far-reaching one. Modern Pan know the truth. What must it be to spend an eternity chasing that which one might catch but may not kill? For the wolf and the doe have often met, antler and tooth, hoof and claw. The doe may spill the wolf's blood, and the wolf may taste the doe's flesh, but never the other's life to take. Yesha itself forbids it. They say the chase has driven the wolf quite mad. With the assurance of the Vaughns, the Pan took to Yesha and she to us. And for a time, there was stillness. Men were born who had never known the land that was, nor the endless sea at their backs. One such was called Genus. She was but 15 springs when she felt the calling of the Red Widows, and not 3 more when she felt the touch of sickness. As Genus approached the door of death, she sought her sisters, for there were no Lamer yet, and it was the Red Widows who ushered the Pan into the soil. But Genus's malady was known to the Widow Mother, to her, to the Elder Pan. It seemed a plague had found them again, even on this distant shore. Genus was shunned, cast out into the jungle, and her name was forbidden from Pan lips. None among them could have foreseen what would come next.
This man really is a lore pinata. I've also been I keep thinking like I'm gonna probably highlight this video later because I've been highlighting the whole series, and I've been standing here for so long that I can't imagine that the the automated thumbnail won't just be a picture of me standing in front of this dude because I've been here for so long. What happened to her?
Plague-ridden and scorned, the Red Widow genus had been cast into the jungle to be forgotten. But fate had other plans. After many days in the jungle, genus emerged. The Pan were humbled, for all signs of plague had been lifted from the young genus, replaced by a regal gait none could deny. Fascinated, all assembled to hear her tale. And quite a tale it was. Gina spoke of a vision that had come upon her as she lay in the moss, gasping out her last. In her vision, the plagues had returned. Pan, young and old, wailed and keened and spat their last blood on Yasha's pristine sand. But then, when all seemed lost, a great tree rose out of the jungle, strange and wonderful, and heavy with luminous fruit. This tree, the Thane, she named it, gave all who ate of it a life unending. The Pan embraced it, and their glory stretched on for 1,000 epochs. Genus rose to power on this. A spire built of words.
She rose to power how?
By spreading her message of doom and salvation. The Red Widows were easy converts, inclined to believe their sister, and eager to spread her vision to all the Pan. In time, they held more sway than even the Vaughns. It was a great shift. It would not
Man,
be the last.
Darren DePaul must have really gotten paid well for this. At least I can only hope.
Elevated.
He already voiced other characters in this, but this dude alone, they had him reading from a fucking book.
Receded from the shore.
Was she really sick in the first place?
It is difficult to say. Genus has had charge of her own legend for an age of ages. Suffice to say, there is enough truth to her vision for me to know her personally, though I was born some 30 mothers hence, and yet...
He's doing a really good job, yeah. I like Darren DePaul a lot.
Impossible to answer.
He's a cool dude.
But we get ahead of ourselves, two-handed one. Many seasons passed, and Genus grew stooped and lined as all Pan before her had. In her 77th winter, Genus had another vision. The Thane called to her, and she told her people it was time to seek it out, for the calamity was imminent. 500 Pan were assembled to undertake the expedition. Genus herself, a contingent of Red Widows, a party from each of the villages. Many imagined they would never see their queen again. Those that lived long enough came to know the taste of those words. When Genus, now as young and beautiful as the day she first beat death, emerged from the jungle once more, with 49 immortals at her back, she had been reborn a second time.
There's so much.
As an Empress Eternal.
49. What happened to 500?
For years, they searched the forest, battling hunger, storms, and beasts red of tooth and
Let's
claw.
keep expecting it to be over, and then he just has like
20
50 more things
winters
to say.
passed. Many succumbed to death or to doubt by the 21st spring. Only 5 red widows and 44 common pans stood at Genus's side. It was they whom she led into the clearing. It was they who beheld the Thane. It was
Could
they
listen to this all day
who
though.
tasted
Yeah,
the
no,
fruit
it's great.
and felt time's weight fall
I just keep
from
being
their
surprised by how much there
shoulders.
is.
No plague has touched the pan since, but calamity wears faces nearly as numerous as our god of old.
Eternal, do you mean that the Empress on the throne now is Genus still?
Unless I am much mistaken, the Empress lives yet, for no funerary smoke has filled the sky above her ziggurat. If the pan vanish from Yesha's soil, I imagine she will be the last to depart. With death thus leashed, the eternal Genus and her immortals brought forth an empire heretofore unknown. Great ziggurats were hewn from the living rock, and at their feet grew great cities lit by arcane magics. Genus's prophecies all came about, save one. If only the pan of that epoch had wandered as it does two-handed one. What of the great calamity? But none worried, save a few vaults. The old ways were dying, and the Empress was not. No achievement seemed beyond the reach of the pan. It was then that the wolf
Like it's just
came.
it's just kind of funny to me because my character was like, "Do you have time for like a quick story or two, or are you too tired and you know all that?" And he's like, "No, I can tell you like some stuff real quick." And then just like, all right, well, we'll be here for the next hour, I guess. Only those immortals ate the fruit, no one else.
But the story of Yesha is the story of who tastes the fruit of the
This
Thane
man is
tree.
as bad as Mudtooth.
49
He's
immortals
voiced by the
begat
same guy.
Many more. A deathless aristocracy. They traded favor with the Empress, traded years of life itself like fishmongers at market.
I knew we hadn't seen the last of the wolf.
They called it the Ravager. The very obsidian beast the Vaunts of old had glimpsed and hidden. It sprang from the jungle as sudden as a squall. It made no more than mutton of the bravest warrior. Fear fell like night across the empire. Death roamed Yesha. Ravenous death none could tame. There were those who would have seen the beast slain, but the Ravager was never much glimpsed that the Red Doe should not follow. And vice versa. The green things of the jungle sprang from the Red Doe's feet. But on what do green things grow, if not the flesh of departed life? Who knew what would become of the Doe if the Ravager were felled? Who knew what would become of the jungle? Who knew what would become of the Thane tree? It was the twice humbled Vaugns who kept the Empire from vanishing down the Ravager's throat. For the Vaugns had pondered the beast since it first appeared to them on Yesha's shores. It was they who had learned to listen to Aethir's song. They who learned to appease the Ravager with tribute, with dance, and with music. Balance returned, and the wheel of time rolled on.
So Aethir's song, I'm assuming, was like the bells that we could have rung in the first game, because we fought the Ravager, the big wolf. Though I don't know if we'll be able to do anything like that in this one.
The song of
The
all living
lullaby, yeah.
things. It permeates our forest. It whispers in the leaves, thrums in the soil, shines in the sun, babbles in the stream. The Vaughns devote themselves to the song's mystery. They play it to tap its power, as other Pan might use the energy of a crystal, or the heat of a flame. Those attuned in prayer hear it strongest, but all may catch its strain from time to time, even a Paxote.
Yeah, that makes sense, Shadok. I watched a speed run of the first game, several days ago, of just like one of those IGN developers react to speed run sort of things. So it was like a couple of the developers of the from the first game. I know one of them was like the head of narrative. I forget what the other dude worked on, but it was a fun little speed run. But yeah, when he got to Yaisha and encountered the Ravager, he did the lullaby, and I watched him do it, and they were just like, yeah, they made it so you could technically do it solo, but it's really tight. um like the timing of it is super tight. And I guess you have to kind of angle yourself in just the right way too. Was the Ravager the Calamity from Janus's vision?
Who is to say? For that was hardly the last calamity to befall the Pan at Yesha. With the Ravager appeased, the Empress dreamed of rule eternal. She should likely have had her wish. But for one thing, the Thane tree, that of the fruit of immortality, began to die. For many lifetimes her permanence hid this knowledge from all who served her, slave and immortal alike. And why not? She had amassed a great store of fruit, and surely something could be done to save the tree. Why crack the very bedrock of her society? But the tree's decline could not be arrested. Fruit was rationed. Noble lineages withered. We lay there, once prepared for the final death of death. Only those immortals who had fallen in battle or by misadventure. Now, we found ourselves winding wizened nobles in sap and muslin by the hundreds. Perhaps what came next was inevitable.
Well, what came next?
Rebellion, insurrection, revolt. This was the fire that was to sweep through Yesha's jungle. For a life of lifetimes, the Eternal Empress had hidden the decline of the Thane tree. But like the Vaughns of old, had underestimated the power of one young, plague-addled Red Widow. Janus herself failed to foresee the power of one called Navun. Ah, Navun was one of her Eternity's own guards. How she learned of the rot at the roots of the Thane tree, I cannot say. I know only that she had no taste for the Empress's deceptions. Navun fled the ziggurat and spread the news far and wide. Her words found home in the ears of the gull. Yesha's slave caste. No slaves could hope to challenge the power of an immortal aristocracy. But what about a nobility in disarray? One where the great and powerful would soon fight for scraps of fruit like bare-ribbed dogs. They rose, first singly, then in a tidal wave. The Empress found herself at war. Perhaps she might have won.
So we're starting to get to the timeline with Ford now. Navun was a guard.
Ever was Gina served by the Red Widows. She was still Widow Mother. Is still, if such a thing has any meaning now. Some among the widow's ranks forswore tenderness and became instead her permanence's high.
A taste for the deceptions, but certainly a taste for the voxel tech, yeah.
Had been the lowest widow in her order, and she had turned Pan society inside out. How fitting, then, that the last and least of her own widow guard should become her greatest adversary.
Alright, what destroyer?
It bridled when I called it God Murderer. Surprised I am that it should know so little of the deep track its kind have trekked across our soil. Let us walk those prints now, that it should be enlightened. It has heard of Yeshad's civil war, of slave with blade of hoe to neck of noble, and noble with point of sword to belly of slave. Into that tempest walked one of its kind, Paxeltech. I cannot say why, though perhaps it might someday tell me from whence. Whatever its motive. Hither came the destroyer, even as the pan turned their ravenous gaze toward the fruit of immortality.
It's canon that the Wonder
Our
killed like
god
every
of
boss from
many
the first game.
faces
That makes
remained
sense.
satisfied with the scant worship of the vaunts and the commoners. It was an ever-present comfort. A guardian we scarcely thought of. The destroyer, Paxeltech, oh yes, its kind, drove its blade into the pure heart of our guardian. We knew not that it was the god of many faces who kept the root from this world. But in death, many faces' absence was soon felt.
What the hell, Wanderer? I didn't do that shit in my playthrough.
A world already torn by war, where caste let blood
Or maybe I
of
did. I
caste.
honestly can't remember what the
There
last thing I
came
fought was.
reports of some new woe. Travelers spoke of twisted horrors on the road, but we who relished in the weight of this wall only scoffed. Who knew that the very air could rip, that the world itself could tear and spill like a wineskin under hoof. Oh, how we fought.
This dude has a comical amount of things to say. Yeah, he's giving us the entire history of the planet.
Side by side, our world's lifeblood drizzling through our fingers as we clutched at the hanging tatters of Yesha's slit throat. Most perished. And I became enmeshed. I thought our tale told, our race run. And yet, among the pan, there is a saying. Why just ask the
You're like,
Rin?
what's the saying? He's like, I just told you. It's why just ask the Rin. Rin?
I gave the impression perhaps that Yesha was uninhabited at the arrival of the pan, save for the doe, the wolf, the birds, and the beasts. This is not so. The Rin slink Yesha's canopy on leathery wings. Perhaps they once thought to defend their forest. But Lash and Lure put that to rest. Lash, in that no Rin could hope to withstand the onslaught of energy we Pan have learned to draw from Yesha's native crystal. The Flying Ones have no talent for crystal craft. Lure, in that under normal circumstances, Rin eggs reach maturity only with great difficulty. I know not who first discovered the potential for symbiosis between our species. Only that it is a whimsical god indeed who sends the most precious resource one kind could hope to acquire out the hind end of the other.
Here's one detail I like regarding the Wanderer. In Remnant 1, you could face Brabus as a boss on Earth, leading the Crazy Eights. Mudtooth says that the Wanderer is like the only other person that listened to all his stories, and so he gave the Wanderer his mother's watch. After some time, Brabus came back to Mudtooth, having quit the gang with the watch chain hanging out of his pocket. Interesting.
As sure as there is iron in the soil of Yesha, there is irony. It was a bad-footed Paxeltech who slew our guardian and brought the root. Would it be so strange to see a Paxeltech drive them from our shores? Perhaps. Perhaps as with Genus and the Voon. The strangeness is the point. It has done me a service unpayable. No reward can suffice. But perhaps, if it cannot be rewarded, it can be equipped. Colket brought war, then wisdom. Its forebears brought the root, but its wisdom stayed the flames, that I might live beyond the hated knot. Take this now, as a token of my
I wonder if we would have gotten this item if we had not listened to his whole story. You could probably skip through it, but are you certain this must be very important to the Pan?
The Pan must put their faith in action and belief, not weapons and walls. I forever owe it thanks, as shall the many souls scattered on these steps. To them I must tend. Be well, two-handed warrior. Be strange fate's agent.
Alright, well, we made it through. Thanks for bearing with me, y'all. Let's see, we got... Oh, it's an amulet. Lemire sensor increases mod duration by 50%, increases mod cost by 15%. I'm good, but cool, thanks. So if you wanted those mods to last a really long time, you could use something like that along with some other things.
No more room.
Okay, well, I think we're done here. What else was the other thing that we got from this, by the way? Did we not receive a boss item? Is it only the... Oh, I got a trait. Rugged. Increases health of archetype summons. Wait, is that the one that I got? I guess. I don't think I had that one before. No, I already had Siphoner. In fact, I've maxed that one out. It's the lifesteal one. I'm assuming it's rugged because I don't think I had that one before. I don't know that I'll level this because I don't know that we'll stick with Summoner anyways. And as of right now, I don't know if I care about their health being particularly high. The damage absorption one I'd almost rather have in that case, but even there I don't particularly care for it that much. So we're going to keep leveling up fitness and then I'll figure something else out. Alright. As a heads up, the trait cap is 60. So you mean like 60 points that you can spend total?
I've got enough of that.
Gotcha. I think I'm only like 32. Yeah, so I got a little ways to go yet. Okay. I guess we missed a tiny little spot right there, but I sort of wish there was an exit on this side. I mean, I guess we can do the leave dungeon thingy, but just want to quickly go back and check whatever that red spot was in case there was treasure there. Shouldn't really be much in the way of enemies in the way because we killed most of the things on the way here. Although, actually, now that I think about it, we did die, so they should all be respawned. Or, actually, no, we didn't die during that fight, but I probably rested, though, before the fight, now that I think about it. First game was unlimited, yeah. I guess it kind of sucks having a limit because I feel like that sort of puts a limitation on doing like New Game Plus style stuff that maybe you wouldn't care for. I know you can like undo your trait points, but you know, and spend them again. Why is your core gotta be so hard to hit? Okay. Getting there.
Here we go.
Oh, fuck, you're new. Oh, no, you're not. I don't know why. I guess it was just the light of the little explosive thingy there, but it looked like like he was like an orange-red version. And you wouldn't really expect to run into new enemies necessarily, but it has happened. Like on Nerud, I once ran into an elite that I had never run into before, like towards the end of my time on that planet. And then I never ran into another one again after that. Like, it's one of those like random spawn things. I guess I was just like, oh, what is this? I've never fought one of these before, and then it just never appeared again after that. All right, there was nothing here, so. So it would seem, at least. Alright, I'm just gonna go back to the checkpoint over here and then do the leave dungeon. And then we want to just fight our way out, maybe. We're not that far from the entrance, I guess. Always get a little extra XP on the way out. And then we don't even have to do the leave dungeon thing, we can just warp from here. So it should be a bigger checkpoint, crystal.
Okay, this is it.
There we go. Okay. On our way. Man, that dodge roll distance from fitness is just super nice. I love being able to just go so much farther now. Okay. Is that all of you, or is there one more yet? Alright, that's it. Finally. That was a lot of dudes. Okay. Just over here, we can probably just bypass most of this group. If we just go this way, get to the thingy a little quicker that way. I forgot to look. Outrage sacrifice grants 3% lifesteal for each minion sacrificed. Okay. For 10 seconds.
This isn't good.
So much for bypassing, I suppose. We were almost out. Okay, we got there. Don't mind killing an extra elite on my way out anyways. Alright, what time is it? Almost 1. I will play for a little bit longer and then we'll probably call it just so I can go grab some lunch before it gets too late. Alright, let's go back to... Wait, do we have anything to turn in at the ward? I don't think we do. Well, we should probably upgrade some stuff. Let's just go there anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure entirely what I'll end up doing if I do a challenge, like an Apocalypse challenge run. Apocalypse solo, I mean. I don't think I have anything for you, McCabe. Nothing new. Let's do that for now. Obviously, I know the cube gun is really good. I did also like the cube gun quite a bit. Seems pretty nice. The overheat, obviously, is its own little thing to deal with, but having a weapon that's infinite ammo certainly could be kind of cool, especially for a class that isn't Gunslinger, since the Gunslinger has the least amount of ammo concerns, it seems like. But yeah, I don't know. I would probably, if nothing else, start as either a Gunslinger or a Hunter, or maybe a Handler in Apocalypse, just to have like the extra backup. But the Handler, I don't know. I realize like it's kind of dependent on a lot of like synergies with the dog. And you can get another archetype pretty quickly, but I think it requires that you have 10 trait points before you can unlock a second one.
You know where to find me.
I guess that's all we want to do. We could try to upgrade some mutator stuff quick, but we don't really care about doing that just now. Just until we get like a surplus of scrap. The only other thing I'll consider doing off stream is like farming some scrap maybe. I don't really like getting XP and stuff off stream, but I don't imagine that y'all care that much. So I might just do it just to farm up some scrap anyways, just if I have some time to kill, because I enjoy playing the game, and there are times when I'm just like, man, I want to play more, but I'm not going to stream again in the middle of the night or whatever. So I'm just like, I guess I'll just force myself to wait until tomorrow when I can stream or whatever. But there are times that I'm just like, I got some time to kill and I just want to play some more of this or something. IRS requires records of all income. All income, all experience gained must be recorded for the Internal Revenue Service. Alright, I guess we're headed back to the root nexus. There should be... No. Why I did that. There should be... There might still be 2 places to go. There's at least the one for the quest, but I can't remember if I did both of the other options or if there was still one left. Let's see. Yeah, because we did that one, which connected to there, which led to the shortcut being opened, and then I think we just went through there, so yeah, there's still one optional one over here and then the main quest thing. So let's go do the optional thing, and then we'll probably finish up after that. I still haven't gotten any more Blood Moon Essence, so I shouldn't be able to really afford anything that I want yet from the thing. But if we don't get more, I'm sure we can just get more in adventure mode. If I feel like getting the extra armor set, or more specifically the melee weapon is what I was kind of considering. Since I'm not really going for a straight up summoner build, I don't care too much about trying to like acquire the rings. That are available from the altar. Am I going the right way? Yes. Keep an eye out for purple wispies just in case. I don't know that any of those can respawn, but there might be ones that we missed. Nothing else. Man, I really enjoy the gunslinger a lot. I think in order to maximize straight up gun-based DPS, the only thing that I would take otherwise right now would be like hunter as my secondary archetype. Surprised he did not die just then.
Shit.
There we go.
Yeah.
Adventure mode helps even if you have gotten all the stuff from an area before, because weapon pickups can level up that weapon and armor. Ring amulet pickups grant like 200 to 500 scrap each. Oh, true. I guess you could sell that stuff. Don't mind if you do some of the non-important stuff on your own. Yeah, the thing is, like, I'm hesitant to just do adventure mode off stream, because that could cause me to get into things that I have not done before, and I'd prefer for y'all to be able to experience that with me, you know, as a first time thing. Like, not so much as a thing, like, obviously for anyone else who's playing this, that you may have already seen some of that stuff. And that's not what I mean. I just mean, like, for my own fresh, like, first-time experience, like, I want that to be on stream. And not so much stuff that I just experience on my own, at least for things that I'm wanting to stream to people, you know what I mean? Like, oh, whoops. Took the turn I was not supposed to take. Obviously there's other games I don't mind, just, you know, if it's something that I don't intend to stream, I don't care about any of that. And if I just decide to stream it later and it's something I've already played before, then oh well. But for like a first time experience and, you know, first impressions and everything, it's nice to be able to just have all that just on stream, just 'cause I think it's a little bit more fun that way. All right, let's see what the deal is in here. In here. There, here. You don't have to sell the items, it just converts that shit to scrap. Oh, so you mean like if you already have it, it just gets converted to scrap? I thought you meant like ones that I didn't have, but that I don't want, you know. But yeah, I guess if it's a thing you already have, that would make sense. You know, would just get it that way instead of getting a duplicate, which is handy, frankly, to just get scrap instead.
What the hell happened here?
Like, I definitely want to try to do some Nerude stuff on adventure mode, because I still don't, well, here, I guess I can check really quick, but I'm gonna guess that I can't go back there. I don't know if it'll permanently be that way, but his whole deal was getting Nerud to be in Ellipsis Tora, what is it called? Ellipsis Tora, yeah. So I'm assuming this just stays permanently locked now. It's permanent, okay, yeah. So my assumptions were correct there, but obviously we can still go back and do stuff in adventure mode. Kind of sucks that I've then missed out on whatever might have already been in my world if I could have just picked up a key, but obviously that stuff would still be available in some fashion in adventure mode anyway, so I can just do it as much as I need to experience everything. And even there, I don't know how much I want to like go crazy with, because if Charlie and I do co-op in this at some point, I don't know how much I care about like trying to have like new experiences with the co-op, or if I just don't mind having like experience basically the whole game before we end up playing, because it might be a while before we end up doing that anyway. But sometimes it's nice to like experience a boss fight for the first time. This area is a puzzle dungeon, yeah, I can see that. The sun, the moon, life. So this is that same book we ran into before. The sun, sister first of the four. The moon, the warrior of light. Life, the ether, and the matter of the four. Death, the great transformer of the four. The doe, the fleet-footed incarnation of life. The ravager, the fanged incarnation of death. The calamity. The blood moon. The hope. Alright. That may be involved with the puzzle. I'm glad that if it is, that they gave us that book again, so I don't have to like backtrack to the red temple. Figure it out. This is locked, I'm assuming. So we have symbols of the things that from the book that we just read, I think. But it looks like we have to like put them in some sort of like, I don't know, order with this like astrolabe thing here. There's a letter or something there. Well, if we can figure this out, this seems like a good last thing to do before I end today, because it hopefully won't take super long to do. The beginning. For sun and moon describes the skies, the firmament beyond. Their whims will tell if tides are high or if the day is dawned. A fragile life must hang below, a puppet on a thread, and only choosing makes it so, to live in joy or dread. Sun and moon above. Life must hang below. Okay. But we have multiple levers too. So life is like the ram, the pan horns, basically. Sun and moon symbols. Okay. So this note describes something. Let me just check the rest of the room, make sure there's not like another note that I missed somewhere. I'm not seeing anything. It looks like we only have those three symbols like currently in the rings. Like the rings are probably important. Obviously the other symbols are present. Like this is the Ravager. This is, I forget which. I think that's the doe. I'm trying to remember what the other thing was. It might have just been death or something like that. But yeah, that should be the sun. That should be life. That should be the moon. I just have to figure out what the hell they mean by above and below and shit, maybe. Alright, let's just see what one of these does. So there's 4 rings at least. Looks like there's just the 4. There's also, I see a triangle symbol, which could maybe make like the hope or calamity or whatever symbol. So this one rotates the symbols. That one rotates the lower rings, and then I'm guessing this one rotates the triangle and the upper rings. Nice. So the other note specifically just says about... Well, hang on, let's read it again real quick. For sun and moon describe the sky as the firmament beyond. Their whims will tell if tides are high or if the day is dawned. And fragile life must hang below, a puppet on a thread, and only choosing makes it so, to live in joy or dread. I definitely don't know what that means. It says the beginning. And I don't know if that's telling us specifically the puzzle solution, like what we're meant to figure it out, or if that's just another part of the solution and we're meant to figure out other pieces of it from the book. Yeah, death was that other symbol. Sister first of the 4, the moon, the warrior of light, the life, the ether, and the matter of the 4. Death, the great transformer of the 4. The doe, the fleet-footed incarnation of life. The ravager, the fanged incarnation of death. I don't know if there's possibly multiple solutions, because there's things where, like, both above and below are highlighted. So maybe we can do, like, the beginning, we can do the calamity, we can do the blood moon, we can do the hope. Or just one of them. May the does step across your fulsome fields. May life wind sound, or may life's wind sound your pipe and flute. May the warm sun light your voyage home, and the ravager's howls not bring you fear. And when the doe and ravager their circuit run, when sun and stem weave life's gold thread, as life and sun support from below, all will be revealed from the bulwark of the doe. Is life and sun support from below, so maybe that means the lower rings if we're trying to do the hope thing. Question is, can we get life and sun in? Okay, they are next to each other. Probably would have been a little easier to do this from the other side, but... This one, it mentioned, like, practically everything except death, and I'm not sure if it mentioned the Ravager. it does. Death is like the only thing not on here. Oh wait, the doors have symbols on them. Okay, I didn't realize that. So the beginning is already done. Right, because that was the symbol. Yeah. Maybe that's still something we need to do, but okay. I didn't realize. I was looking all around the room for other symbols, because I was like, I don't know that I have enough information here. But I didn't notice these. So that should be... Is that one hope? Let me check the symbol again. No. It's the blood moon. So the calamity and blood moon are doors here. I don't think the blessing of hope is even an option. You know, with what doors are here, unless maybe we can use it to open something under the floor. We'll see if we can try doing something with it anyway, but let's try the doors first, just in case if there is a way to open that. I don't want it to be like, if that's the last thing that it does, I don't want it to lock me out of the doors. All right. The blood moon. A toast to blood moon's tide. Panfolk, honor thy hunters, for moon is a hunter who stalks the stars, as the ravager is a hunter who stalks the brush and bracken. And lo, when the wheel of time turns round to blood moon's tide, sister sun shines her opal fire hungrily upon the hunter moon, and his hunt is fair. We hear the ravager below howling from the forest edge, keep him from the door. Find Panfolk, roast ye game and gaily gnash the sweet meats, and above all honor thy hunters. So ravager has to be below, again, whatever that means, but otherwise we have moon, sun. Moon and sun are the only other things mentioned here. So maybe it's one of the ones where we just need to get like 3 circles lined up. That was this door. So let's, I guess, see if we can point the triangle at this. Hopefully that is the way that's supposed to be indicated. Well, I guess it can't, I don't know that it can directly point at the door at all, because that doesn't happen here. So which way is, like, up and which way is down? Maybe it can. I feel like it did originally. Let's just see. Alright, so there's Ravager. If we were to put, let's say, one of... Up is the side for whatever door you're trying to open. So in that case, I don't want it to be pointing towards the door. I'd want it to be pointing this way. Assuming that that's necessary, I don't know. Alright, so it was Sun, Moon, and Ravager. Can I even do that and still only have 3 circles? I'm not sure that I can. I know there's 4 circles. I mean that... Look, in the thing described here, it only mentions 3 symbols. Unless I missed something. Moon, Ravager, Sun. Now maybe it's mentioning another one here that it's not highlighting. You got Moon, you got Ravager, you got Sun. Which would indicate that two of the circles, I mean, as in one below, one above, would need to overlap if only 3 symbols are meant to be highlighted. I know there's 4 circles. I just mean having it in an orientation of only 3 showing on the floor might be difficult to do with the symbols that it wants me to highlight. If that makes sense. Because Ravager, Sun, and Moon aren't all directly next to each other. I could put Moon and Sun... Or sorry, Moon and Ravager next to each other, so maybe Sun will be in the right place. Those are next to each other at least. They might already be in the right orientation here, but I'm not sure. No, so that definitely doesn't work. If I move the upper one, though, that might do it. Which I think was... Oh, but the upper one moves the fucking triangle. I don't know if the triangle matters or not, though. Guess we can try. Seems to matter. Because here we have the Ravager on a below circle. I don't know. Maybe they need to be the other way around. And the Ravager is the one that has to have one above and below. Not always the biggest fan of puzzle designs like this, because you just have to like sit here repeatedly pressing a button over and over again until it's in the orientation you want, assuming that you're doing it correctly. Alright, so the problem is that it's highlighting the dough right now, which is not mentioned in the thing. I'm not sure I get it. Because with these symbols next to each other, if they both have to be highlighted, and if that has to be in that orientation, according to what Shadok said, that being up, and I don't know that that's correct like this, maybe it just needs to be pointing at the door. But I don't know that there's a possible way to highlight the symbols necessary with their current... With the way they're oriented on this fucking thing, that doesn't seem possible. Because I can't switch their order at all, I can only spin them around. Like, this would have to be one space over, or one of these would have to change. I don't think this works. like, I mean, this seems correct. The thing is facing the right way according to the symbol, assuming that that's up. The moon, the Ravager, and the fucking sun are all highlighted. The only problem is the Ravager's not being supported from below if it needs to be both rings, but I don't know that there's any way to support it with both rings, because the only way to do that would be to move this thing one that way, I guess, and then, but then then I would have to move the symbols to the left, and then this is no longer lined up. So I feel like I'm getting conflicting info here. We hear the Ravager below, howling from the forest's edge. Yep. Like, I guess I don't mind if you tell me, does the arrow just need to be pointing at the fucking door, or am I correct in the orientation that I'm at already? If this is up, maybe the Ravager has to be on the bottom. It is on the bottom. That's the Ravager, right? That's a bottom ring. Right? Like, I'm not wrong, right? That's the doe. That's death. See, if that was pointing there, then one would be there and the other one would be there. I guess I can try that, but I don't know that it helps me if it has to match the symbol, because it no longer will. But I can't think of what else to do. Because according to that storybook shit that we just read, everything that it was already oriented at as reads basically as written. Alright, now. But is there even a way for me to orient this properly? I don't know. I guess if everything... Okay, so those would have to be moved there. Would have to move the symbols again. The reason I would just prefer if this was not just a simple lever and I could just switch the directions of them instead, because this would go much faster. Well, that doesn't work either, so someone's telling me something wrong here, or I'm completely misunderstanding this. Because we got a Ravager on the below ring. I don't know if there's any other way to orient this where the moon can't also be in that orientation. The sun, the moon are highlighted. The Ravager is highlighted. The Ravager's below. The arrow is pointed at the door. We've tried it with the arrow pointed in the configuration of the door. Neither have worked. So someone tell me where I'm going wrong. Unless that's not up and I misunderstood. Or if there's just a hidden thing in this that I'm just not understanding. Like if I need another symbol to be highlighted and it's just not capitalized here. I'm not seeing anything that suggests that. Would be the only exception would be that the dough could be considered game, I guess, but I don't know that there's any way for us to highlight the dough on, well, I guess maybe, but no, not really. Not with those both highlighted. I mean, yeah, at this point, I guess just fucking tell me the solution, because I guess I'm not understanding, or I've gotten conflicting info. Because if it means something completely different by below, quote unquote, or if I'm just misunderstanding and that's not up and in fact that's up, or the entire room like up is that way and whatever, you know. It's like I understand the fundamental gist of the puzzle, I think. I'm just not doing it in the right configuration. So it seems like I'm not sure anybody wants to tell me now. Does the triangle have to match the orientation of the chapter? I tried that already. Assuming that the door, that this is up. If the door that I'm trying to open is up, I already tried that. Now, if the door that I'm trying to open is not up, and it's just the back end of the temple, or cathedral or whatever, or the front end of it, then I could still try that. I just don't have it pointed the right way. I mean, we can try, I just have to, like, switch things around more again. I guess let's go, like, this is up now. Just assume that, it has to be oriented like this now, since that is at least possible. And then we would need... This guy has to move. That might need to go one more forward, actually, but let me just do the symbol thing first, so I make sure that I'm not doing it wrong. Nope, that's correct. That ain't doing it either. Yeah, sure, you can just send me a picture, Karate, that's fine. I'm not getting what I'm missing here. It's like I've read through that thing multiple times now, and the only information it gives me is here's the 3 symbols to use. One of them has to be below, which is the Ravager, and then that's basically it. And I've tried orienting it the same as the... Unless I'm doing the wrong symbol somehow, but I don't see how that's possible considering it's the upper left, right? Yeah, that's the one. All right. That might be the solution to the floor in the puzzle. It's kind of hard to tell from that picture, but like it looks like the little central thing in the dais there is open. And also it doesn't have the same symbols highlighted. So I don't know if, I mean, it's not like we can't use that, but for the door I'm trying to open, I don't know if that's what I'm trying to do here. Like, again, anyone who knows, feel free to answer. Am I doing this entirely wrong? Am I not even supposed to be trying to open these doors individually? Am I just supposed to solve, like, one particular puzzle and everything opens? Or, like, what am I not getting here? Because I've read this repeatedly now. I've tried pointing the arrow at the door. I've tried pointing it that way, so assuming that that's up so that it's in the same orientation as the door. And I've had all the symbols highlighted what I think is correctly, but it doesn't seem to work. Each door is its own solution. Alright, well, I mean, that's good to know, but... Just had to go get something. No worries. Yeah, I've tried it, like, every way that makes sense, but nothing seems to work. Let's try this again in case I just somehow had a symbol misaligned. Alright, so, assuming that that's up. No, I don't think that one's it either, Karate, unless they just want me to do completely different symbols. Yeah, the triangle matters. I figured as much. That's the same symbol as what's on the door. It's oriented in the right way if that's up. If we're treating that as up. Now, do this properly again. And I gotta rotate the symbols yet again. Wait. From the lever that turns the symbols is the bottom for the perspective of the triangle? That's what they're calling the bottom? Like the fucking rings aren't... That's fucking stupid if that's the case. I think I did this one too many times by accident while I was reading that. Wait, okay, so what you're saying is that it's not... Okay, so I'm thinking of this wrong, that the bottom, they don't mean the rings, they mean the bottom of the overall symbol that we're creating is the bottom, so as in that is up and this is down. So in order for the wolf to be on the... Okay. Sure, I guess. For a puzzle where light shines from above, you would think of this... Maybe I'm alone here, but my brain reads that as a vertical solution, not a horizontal solution. When you're talking about, you know, above and below. Otherwise, say fucking, like, north and south, or, you know, even top and bottom might have made more sense than above and below. Okay, so... Maybe that's as bottom as that can be? I don't know. Yeah, I didn't want to do that, I don't think. Well, no, I guess I do, but I didn't want to do it twice. So, no, the triangle was in the right place? Okay, but that's what I thought, but then I don't know how to orient the symbols properly if that's true. I bet Ari knows where. Because, like, if the triangle's in the right place... Like, in order for that to be any closer to the bottom with, you know, unless that's not the quote-unquote bottom... Like, how the fuck do I have the sun oriented then? This doesn't make any fucking sense. Sun and moon are corners of the triangle. Sure, I get that, but... Here's the problem. I can't highlight that thing without the circles being literally where I already had them. If the triangle is in the correct orientation, the only way for the sun, moon, and Ravager to be highlighted, I have to do it like this, which I've already done twice now, and it hasn't worked. Maybe it's all in relation to the triangle. See, that's as bottom as I can make it, with both sun and moon highlighted with the triangle being in the quote-unquote proper orientation. That's the only possible solution, which obviously doesn't work. If it's in relation to the triangle, that's different. Potentially. Looking at the video, the sun is furthest from the door. Okay. I don't know that that makes sense, but we can do that. I suppose we could do the exact same solution, but just mirrored somehow, maybe. Maybe that is like the one thing I didn't consider. It is a circle after all. Okay. So I had it right, I just had it flipped. Which is kind of dumb that that's possible. Because, you know, I mean, it's my fault for not even thinking that I could just do that the other way around, admittedly, but the fact that you could effectively have what seems like the correct solution but isn't because you have it backwards, even though all the things are highlighted properly, means that ideally you should have more than one way to solve that puzzle, because I don't think the thing says anything about, you know, the sun being as, like, you know, far away as possible to blah 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 or anything. It doesn't say anything like that. Whatever. The other door was Calamity, so that we'll do that one now, and then I guess the Hope maybe is the final one. Okay. Ravager, Death, Doe. So it's another 3 symbols. With Death above, descending upon us all. Okay. Let's just try to get this shit, like, somewhat oriented first. So that's Calamity. looks like all you need is the triangle to match the door and then those symbols in the circles. Well, that's at least what the clue is suggesting, which I did, but I had it. Apparently, there's 2 possible ways to do that, and only one of them is correct. Because I had the symbols flipped. So even though the correct symbols were highlighted, they needed to be positioned the opposite way around, even though it's literally the same thing. And the clue doesn't say anything about them being in a specific orientation other than just having the proper ones highlighted. Okay, so the arrow should be where it is. We need the Ravager, we need the Doe, and we need Death. So the Doe and Death are the only ones next to each other, so those have to go into some sort of thing here. In fact, that might already be in the right orientation, possibly. Maybe it needs to go over one, but let me just do the symbol switch first. See if I can get that to work. All right. So let's try it like this. The Ravager is in one circle. Let's try putting the little circles around the Doe and Death. Although it did say that Death was above, so that might not be the right way to do that. Oh, it worked. Faith Seed. Okay. If we do the third... If we do the Hope one, can we... Well, the thing is that we don't have... Oh no, we do have a symbol for it up there. Let's try this. Maybe we can open the floor. Because it is that same sort of like little openable floor from the first game. Which way is it facing again? That's the correct way. So now let me read the Hope again. This one I think had 4 symbols, and I think it was the one Karate sent us already, but I'll just try to figure it out while I'm not looking at it. Alright. The Doe, Life, Sun, and Ravager with Life and Sun are below. Doe, Life, Sun, Ravager. Let's see. Doe and Sun are next to each other. Life and Ravager are next to each other. Life and Sun are next to each other. Those are the ones that have to be quote-unquote below. Let's see. I think maybe like this, possibly. Oops, that's the wrong foot. Let's put this like over here. This maybe? Yep. Okay. Hey, we get some scrap for doing that. Hey, we got another weapon. What do you know? It's another fucking bow. Starfall. Fires a powerful arrow which deals 32.1 damage and opens a 7-meter portal that rains down star fragments. Each fragment deals 53.5 damage within 4 meters, lasts for 6 seconds. Cool bow, though. Well, I mean, at least I've found some options, but so far both of my other long gun options are bows. Alright, but I think we're finally done here. We got all the rooms open. The beginning one I don't think we need to solve because it was already open. I wonder if that gets randomized at all. Like maybe the symbols get switcherooed around and then you have to like figure out the puzzle differently, but probably not. Either way. It's a cool enough puzzle. I just think that yeah, the above and below shit is very misleading because that makes me think vertical. And that, you know, because there's a set of rings above another set of rings. That is what would make me think of as above and below. Okay, well, so let's head back to the ward, and then I guess, well, I guess that wasn't really wrong. It was just the only reason it wasn't working was just because the orientation was wrong. Like, I had it correct in terms of, like, the symbols and what was above and below, technically. It's just that the sun, like, the actual symbols themselves needed to be, like, flipped, horizontally, so that it could still be the exact same symbols highlighted and all that kind of stuff, just in the opposite orientation for some reason. Alright, what does this unlock? That definitely took longer than I thought it would, but
What did you bring me?
at least we got through it. Alright, Astral Burst. Fires a short-range burst of 7 star fragments which deal 35 damage each. Fragments bounce off walls up to 7 times, dealing 35% additional damage per bounce. Weak spot hits deal reduced damage. Reduced? That's lame. Alright, maybe we'll try that out later. It seems like a shotgun blast. I wonder if you would almost like intentionally aim it like near the feet of an enemy so that it bounces once first before it hits them. Or just, you know, up and around. Like if you're in a small enough room, you could just aim for a wall or something and let it bounce off a bunch of shit and hope that it hits enemies, dealing a bunch of damage, but I don't know if it pierces and continues to hit them or if it just stops after it connects with an enemy. Either way, I think that's gonna do it for today. How much? We have 8 hardened iron. Is that enough for one more pistol upgrade or rifle upgrade?
Oh, traveler.
Yes. I guess we'll upgrade the rifle. They're both
You know
plus
where to find
17.
me.
Alright, well, that was pretty sick. We still have a little bit more of Yaisha left to do. We did spend like an entire, I don't know, 45 minutes or an hour or something talking to Leak, whatever, however it was pronounced. Darren DePaul putting in work as Ford and Mudtooth and like 2 or 3 other characters.
I'll be back. Just gonna talk to you.
Let's see. Why don't you give us the word, Darren?
Hey again. I hope his story is you want, 'cause I got plenty.
Like I can hear it sort of, but this just is, you know, it just shows how talented a lot of voice actors are because this does not sound at all like the voice he was doing for the other character. And I know what his natural speaking voice sounds like, and it's closer to this minus the accent and the drawl and stuff. Like he doesn't speak like in such a like low gravelly tone all the time or anything like that, obviously, but
Well, you take care now.
but he's like a super chill, cool guy. Anyways, yeah, I guess we'll call it there. I will probably try to stream again tomorrow. Why am I losing frames and getting lag in this area right now? I don't know what's going on. Like it just keeps like having momentary lag every once in a while and then there. I just lost a bunch of frames, but whatever. We're wrapping it up. So, yeah, I will probably try to stream again tomorrow, guys. Sorry if it got a little boring at the end there with the puzzle, but I was not expecting it to take quite that long. But I gotta go eat, so we'll go ahead and end it there. And tomorrow I will be back with more if I'm still feeling up to it and all that. So yeah, I would like to try to finish the game before I leave for my trip, at least with this playthrough. I'm not saying I'll be done with Remnant forever, but I probably will check out Baldur's Gate 3 at a later point. I know that comes out like tomorrow or whatever. But I'm also waiting to hear Marcus's impression in case we end up deciding to do co-op with that, because I have played it before. It's just not since like the first early access release. And then obviously later this month we'll have Blasphemous 2 and Armored Core 6 to check out. Maybe there's some other stuff in there that I'm forgetting this month, but there's gonna be a bunch. It'll be a busy month, but I definitely want to finish at least one playthrough of this before I leave. And then hopefully we can do some more challenge run stuff and some co-op stuff in the future with Charlie and perhaps some other folks. I may try to do some co-op with Alexandria over on her stream at some point once we can figure out when we might be doing that. I don't know, but either way. So yeah, that'll do it for today, guys. But thanks for hanging out with me as always. I very much appreciate it. I hope you all have a great rest of your day / night. And yeah, I'll see y'all on the next one. All right. Peace out, y'all. See ya. Bye-bye.